There's Councillor McCann. We're just missing Councillor Morales. And then we will get started momentarily, folks.
Ryan, I'm just going to send you a message.
Okay, we're ready to start.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nolan. I will call our virtual planning committee meeting to order. Due to the COVID-19 distancing measures and the order in council restricting gatherings, planning committee is meeting remotely tonight. All of the councillors and the executive management team are participating via the video conference. Members of EMT and the city clerk are not visible, but they are there and available to answer questions. The Zoom also includes a number of individuals who are here to participate. At the moment, we've got a little over 40 people on. So welcome to all of you who can see and hear me. The way this will work, of course, we encouraged everybody to register prior to the meeting if they wanted to speak tonight. However, for anybody watching who has not registered and does wish to speak tonight, please either email cityclerks@barrie.ca, so cityclerks, all one word, at barrie.ca, or you can phone 797-5353. Staff will send you the information you need to participate tonight, either by phone or online. The purpose of tonight's public meeting is to review an application for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment submitted by Smart Centers and Greenwin on behalf of Barrie Lakeshore Developments. This is for lands known municipally as 51 to 75 Bradford Street and 20 Checkley Street in Barrie. Members of Planning Committee will be listening to the presentations and any comments heard during the public meeting. We will not be making comments or debating this item tonight. Members of Planning Committee will have the opportunity to provide comments regarding the application at the time that the staff report is considered by Planning Committee at a later date. If you do wish notification of when the staff report is coming forward, please email that same email address again, cityclerks@barrie.ca. Ms. Banfield, Director of Development Services, can you please confirm that notification for this planning meeting was conducted in accordance with the Planning Act?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it was.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, welcome to everybody who's on the Zoom. I will now call on Paula Bustard from Smart Centers Real Estate Investment Trust on behalf of Barrie Lakeshore Developments to provide her presentation. Ms. Bustard, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, everyone, for hearing us this evening, and we appreciate everyone's participation in these very different times. I'm going to keep our presentation relatively short. We look forward to hearing from the residents and hearing from yourself any comments that you have about the proposed application. We have had a chance to read all the communications that have come in to date. I understand some of the concerns that have been raised. I think we are well on our way of working with staff to mitigate some of those concerns, but we understand this is an early part of the process, and we are absolutely able and willing to meet with residents moving forward beyond this meeting and to further discuss any concerns that they may have about the proposal. But all in all, we are very excited about the proposal we're bringing forward to you today. I'm joined by Russell Flesher with Turner Flesher Architects. I'm also joined by some of my colleagues at Smart Centers and our partners at Greenwind, if there's any comments. So I'm going to share my screen, just make sure that there's no issue. All right. Are you seeing the presentation?
Mhm.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, we are.
Perfect. So thank you very much. So the subject site is an 8-acre site located strategically in proximity to downtown Barrie along the waterfront. It is just to the north of Bunkers Creek and to obviously between Lakeshore Drive and Bradford Street. And it's obviously a unique opportunity, a large parcel of waterfront property. We really took the opportunity here to try to figure how we can come up with a site organization that would obviously maximize views, maximize separation between the towers, and obviously create a meaningful interface with Bunkers Creek, which I think is a unique opportunity to create a naturalized setting for this development. There's been a tremendous amount of revitalization and work along the lakeshore, and we think that this development fits in with that, and also with the growth targets for this being an urban growth center. Highlighted in yellow are other recent developments that have been approved in the vicinity, just for context and for reference. This slide here is just looking at the overall heights being proposed. I know one of the main concerns that we've heard through the communications to date has been the heights that we have been proposing on site. I understand they are, taller than other properties adjacent, but we think that they're wholly appropriate in the context of this development with the urban growth center and in relation to the overall size of the site and what's being proposed. It's a 4-tower mixed-use development. It'll be a residential rental product that we bring forward, along as with a hotel and a retail component. The bulk of the height is on Bradford Street. I will just clarify here that our original application that was submitted in December proposed 38, 40, and 42 stories on the Bradford Street frontage. Those heights have been slightly modified, and what you're seeing now is some modified proposals based on work we've been doing with urban design staff. We've been working to tighten up the footprints and to look at stagger the tower floor plates on the site. And so the revised heights on the Bradford frontage is 35, 45, and 38 stories. Along Lakeshore is where we have the lowest building at 25 stories, and that previously was 22 stories. So the height increases as you move away from the water towards Bradford Street. Again, in yellow are the recently approved developments in the vicinity with downtown and on the other side of Bradford Street where the YMCA will be going. And there is very generous tower separations between our buildings and with adjacent properties, creating a sympathetic relationship. I'd also point out on this slide, again, there's a meaningful interface with Bunkers Creek and creating a lot of prosody for this. This slide here is just really showing the Bradford Street frontage with the approved developments adjacent to us. And obviously one of the things that we'd like to achieve through this development is animation and activation of Bradford Street with retail. So just a little bit more details about our proposal. As I said at the top of the presentation, there's 4 towers being proposed, the highest of the towers along Bradford Street. All parking will be incorporated within podiums with activation, animation, and detailed architectural detailing around it. We really want to animate Bradford Street with retail, animate Lakeshore with the hotel use, have a proper interface with Bunkers Creek, and create ground-related residential throughout the development through a network of walking trails and private streets. I think prosody and open space is one of the main principles that we're trying to achieve through here, while obviously maximizing views and separation for each of the towers. And the tower separation of our southern tower is over 30 meters to the existing residential to the north. Just on access and circulation, I know another issue that I've seen in some of the communications has been vehicular access to the site. In particular, we've heard through our pre-consultation in December when we had a meeting at City Hall and also through the communications that I've been reading over the last couple of days, there's a concern about traffic on Lakeshore, particularly during the peak summertime. The access point off Lakeshore is meant to be only a right in and right out only, and only for the hotel use. The residential on the property would be all dealt with through Bradford and Checkley Street. So the Lakeshore access point is limited only to pick up and drop off for the hotel component. The site again is serviced with access points off Bradford and off Checkley, and limited off Lakeshore. And pedestrian access, as you can see, is plentiful. I think again, prosody through the site, creating a meaningful connection from Bradford Street down to the Lakeshore, obviously providing access to Bunkers Creek. We are looking at creating a network of trails throughout the Bunkers Creek naturalized area. We've had a lot of good working sessions with the Conservation Authority and with city staff who have been enthusiastic about creating a good interface between those two components of the development. We are also looking at creating grade-related residential to create animation through the center of the site. Oops, sorry. The ground floor plan, again, I'm repeating myself a little bit here, but we are looking at doing retail along Bradford, creating animation, again, grade-related residential through the interior of the site, and the hotel would front onto Lakeshore. And again, strong pedestrian connectivity throughout, the parking all encompassed within podiums. Landscape, as I've said, is a big part of our development and the proposal that's before you. Really a combination of urban landscape treatments and naturalized treatments throughout the Bunkers Creek watershed, and obviously providing access to Lakeshore and to the amenities outside of the boundaries of the site. And we think there's a lot of interesting opportunities for different forms of landscape features and a lot of meaningful open space throughout the development. And just a few perspectives. This is a perspective looking west to the park from the hotel. So this would be from Lakeshore across the open space. Again, just pulling that back a little bit, looking at some of the bridge connections and walking trails that can be developed as part of this development. This is from Lakeshore. One of the big elements from an architectural point of view of this site is creating a podium. The towers are set back so that the podium really creates a human scale for a pedestrian environment. This is predominantly the hotel with the residential above it. This is as we work towards the interior of the site, looking north on the interior roads. And then this is also looking northwest on the proposed interior roads towards Bradford Street. Again, creating really interesting architecture for the podiums of the buildings, the towers set back, the towers themselves terrace in height away from the lake back towards Bradford Street. And this is Bradford Street here, again, creating a retail spine, creating activation and animation with portals and openings connecting you into Bunkers Creek, into the development and down to Lakeshore. So with that, I'm absolutely happy to answer any questions that anyone have, but we are absolutely willing to hear all comments. And as I said at the top of this presentation, we'd be happy to meet with people outside of this meeting, have one-on-one calls, and obviously when the world is normal again, we'd be happy to meet in person. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bustard. I will actually now ask Michelle Banfield, our Director of Development Services, just to give us an update on the status of this application. Ms. Banfield.
Good evening, Mayor Lehman and members of Planning Committee. In addition to the presentation by the applicant, a memorandum was also provided to committee to describe the application. These applications are currently in circulation with city staff and our partner agencies for review and comment. The neighborhood meeting that was held in December had approximately 63 residents, as well as the applicant consulting team, Ward 2 councillor, and planning staff. Prior to the neighborhood meeting, the applicant also hosted an in-person event with adjacent residents on their own accord. The city has received many pieces of correspondence and feedback regarding this proposal, and the feedback falls into the following categories. Some concern with the proposed building height, urban design features, the proposed density and rental tenure of the project, as well as the ultimate integration of the proposal with the surrounding neighborhood. Concern about the increase in traffic and traffic flow into and across the site, and the importance of preserving and mitigating the impacts of the proposed development on the environment. Matters that are still being reviewed by staff include growth targets and urban design considerations, the relationship between the proposed development and the existing and approved projects in the city centre, floodplain protections, preservation and appropriate buffering for Bunkers Creek, and impacts of the increased traffic and proposed parking ratio, and details of the commercial uses. This is a significant development proposal, and there is a lot of interest in the development. There are many factors that are currently under review and consideration. All comments received from the public and during the technical review process, including all of the calls, letters, and emails, and what we hear tonight, will be included, addressed, and answered in the planning staff report. In addition, we will work with the applicant and continue to work to keep the residents in this area updated as this development proposal moves through the review process. Planning staff are anticipating to bring a staff report back to Planning Committee with a recommendation likely in the later part of this fall of 2020. The submission material, key dates, and anything associated with this application are available for viewing online at the city's proposed development webpage under Ward 2. This concludes my presentation, and I thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Banfield. Again, for those watching on online or on the broadcast, if you have not registered and you do wish to speak tonight at this public meeting, you can either email cityclerks@barrie.ca, all one word, cityclerks@barrie.ca, or you can call 797-5353. Our staff will give you the information you need to be able to participate tonight, either by phone or online. We do have a number of members of the public that registered in advance to provide verbal comments tonight. And I will ask that once a member of the public has joined this, the virtual meeting to speak on the matter, if you could please start by stating your first and last name and your address for the record, and then proceed with your comments. Questions will be noted by staff and the applicant. We do not respond to those questions at this meeting. But as Ms. Banfield has just indicated, all the questions tonight that are received will be addressed in the final recommendation report prepared by city staff and presented to council for a decision. So if you have a question tonight as part of your remarks or comments, we're not going to be stopping and trying to go back and forth on questions and answers, but those questions will be recorded, rest assured, and answered in due time in the report. Okay, the first individual we have registered to provide comments tonight is Charlie Talbot. I'll now invite Mr. Talbot to provide comments.
Good evening, Your
Good
Worship,
evening.
Councillor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about these proposed changes. My name is Charlie Talbot, and my wife Catherine and I live at 6 Toronto Street. The waterfront is a jewel of Barrie and is testimony to the wisdom and foresight of previous city administrators and planners who limited development to preserve our gift. We are proud to call Barrie our home. We're in support of the development of these lands for residential, commercial, and retail purposes, but have some serious reservations about the scale and design of the project being proposed. We believe this project is too large and will overwhelm the capacity of our waterfront amenities and reduce their availability to all Barrie residents. The key concern areas include shadowing, as the shadow proposed structures on the waterfront will have a huge impact on much of the marina and the boardwalk and the parks, as well as the eco areas. The podium heights on the structures, especially for building 1, and the changes to the setbacks are excessive. The proposal to erect a podium wall that will rise above the adjacent neighbor's terrace level by more than 12 meters. This does not adhere to the city's planning guidelines. The building heights proposed are inconsistent with the other high-rise structures in the neighborhood. Similarly, the podium height of buildings 2, 3, and 4 are also out of scale with other buildings in the vicinity. And parking issues. As we all know, parking is a key amenity in any residential setting. In zoning bylaw 141 has set the standard at 1 parking space per residential unit. But the proponents are requesting approval to reduce this to 0.85 spaces per unit, with further allowance to reduce the ratio by 1 space for every 5 bicycle parking spaces, with no limit on how large a reduction this could be. Now, as we all know, the problem with having too few spaces is it will force residents, visitors, contractors, service providers to park off-site. And the closest off-site parking includes both the marina parking lot and the waterfront parking lot, The request for the bylaw changes to reduce the parking ratio will cause residents and guests to use off-site parking, which will diminish the availability of Barrie's waterfront parking for use by our residents. And affordable housing, we didn't see much of a detailed plan for the provision of truly affordable housing. Now, in closing, we appreciate the opportunity to provide comment. Strong request that the city take the following actions. 1, maintain parking ratios to the maximum possible to avoid impacts on the free city waterfront parking. 2, request that the proponent provide adequate bicycle parking without diminishing the availability for vehicle parking. 3, require the proponent reduce the building 1 podium height between building 1 and 2 Toronto Street, such that it mirrors that of the neighboring building. 4, reduce the allowable height for building 2, 3, 4 podiums and towers to the existing neighborhood standards. 5, have the proponent provide an amended parking plan that addresses parking needs for all expected, ongoing, and future maintenance situations. And have the proponent provide a realistic response to the city goals for the affordable housing. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Talbot, thank you very much for those comments. We appreciate you coming here tonight and giving those to Planning Committee. Next, I'd like to invite Linda Kerr, and I'm sorry if I've pronounced your name wrong, Linda. Linda Kerr, you are up next. Oh, okay. We don't have Linda on the line yet. We'll try and come back to her afterwards. Is Leslie Hart online? Yes.
Yes.
Welcome to Planning Committee, Ms. Hart, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak here. I'm Leslie Hart. I'm in 2 Toronto Street, Unit 408. I'm speaking on behalf of a large group of residents in both towers. We sent in a petition somewhere north of 150 signatures to date. We have grave concerns about what has been presented, especially the height of the podiums. In effect, what you would be doing is encasing probably the first six stories anyway, of both our condos, at least on one side, in concrete. The majority of people living in our condos are retired. We're seniors. It also makes it very obvious that our condo is a very important part of our estate plan. What would happen if all of a sudden you are in effect below grade of the other podiums? The value of your property is going to diminish dramatically. Haven't done a study on this yet, but I think it's pretty obvious if all of a sudden you go from, a view where you get some sunshine during the day to a cave, no light, no sound, and the value of your property is going to plummet. For long term, this means people would have less money if they need to leave here to go, say, into long-term care, which of course I don't really want anyone going into long-term care these days. But you're reducing the opportunity for them to live their lives in comfort. I think this is a really important thing that needs to be addressed. As I was saying, we are all seniors. Everyone's talked about shadowing, and I leave that to them. My concern is for the both the emotional, mental, and financial health of the residents of 2 and 6 Toronto Street that I feel would be terribly negatively impacted unless there are major modifications made, especially to the height of the podiums. That's my comment for today. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll just ask our clerk, have we received the petition? Can that be circulated to members of council, Ms. Cook?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, we can circulate the question and how many people have signed the petition to members of council.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Leslie, for coming and giving us those comments tonight.
Thank you.
Next, I have Bob Ebenstein. Are you online? Yes, you are. Mr. Ebenstein, welcome to Planning Committee, and the floor is yours. And you're still on mute, Mr. Ebenstein. I don't know if that's on your end or ours, but if you can unmute, there we go.
Okay, I agree with everything that's been said, and I'm a resident of 6 Toronto Street. I think the project at its current size is much more appropriate for Toronto than Barrie. I think that it would definitely change the quality of life in this neighborhood, and make demands upon the environment that would be difficult to sustain. The other point that I would add is that if there are going to be rental units involved, then people who rent have less of a commitment to their buildings and to the safety of the neighborhood and so forth. And one of the reasons I moved here was that it was a condo. I looked at condos on the other side of Dunlop through downtown and talked to people there, and they talked about break-ins in their garages and their cars, and people going through the neighborhood with ill intentions. So again, I think the scale is way out of whack. I think it would diminish the property value. I think it would cast shade over everybody, and the quality of life for everybody on the lakeshore would be affected badly. I think if they're going to build anything, it should be the scale of the buildings that are already there, which are appropriate for Barrie and sustainable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Evanstein, for those comments. We have received them and appreciate you being here tonight to make them. Next on our list, I have Richard Handren. Mr. Handren.
Good evening.
Sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I won't repeat much of the concerns that has been voiced already. I do concur with them. I live in 2 Toronto Street, Unit 904, which is on the south side, and will look directly out from my patio to this new hotel, if and when it is built. But I'm going to focus primarily on one major concern, and that is shadowing. I took a deep review of the shadowing study, and it is just to let you know my findings and my interpretation. In section 3.8 of the shadow and wind impacts, Smart Center states that in their opinion are reasonable. The studies are reasonable and appropriate for new high-density transit-oriented development. Goes on to say it's anticipated that measures to minimize impact, such as building setbacks, step backs, plane projections, and tower separations will work if the new zoning bylaws are implemented. Here's my concern looking at the study. On the April 21st study, on the south side of the building, which there's an excess of 50 units, you will have somewhere between 3 and 3.5 hours of sunshine a day, and that's primarily in the morning. You would totally lose sunshine after 12:25 p.m. On the next study on June 21st, which is also on the south units I refer to, for the same reasons, you have 3.5 to 4 hours of sun, primarily in the morning and or afternoon. And for the study on September 21st and January 21st, you will have zero sunshine all day long for months at a time. So I feel that it's important, having retired there and been living in Barrie for decades, that I have some right to some mental and physical joy from sun rays come into the unit. And I think the solution to that is to move the building farther south, as much will allow based on the watershed questions that are arising, and that the unit be lowered, not higher, built higher. It's gone from 22 to 25. Even at 22, we have no sunshine at all. That's a major concern when you're retired and you like to sit out on your balcony and enjoy some sun every day. So that's primarily my concern. I just want to touch on a couple of other very brief things. I thoroughly understand the need for tax base, the development in the city, and support that. I also understand capital gain from investments of corporate entities and shareholder value that comes from it. But I question if it steps outside of what has been set for the landscaping of Barrie, and it's been mentioned that the waterfront is our jewel. Serious consideration has to be given before granting that to move forward. The other thing I just want to talk about, in the mission statement of Greenwind, they refer to quality of life in communities, and they want to provide services based on trust, integrity, respect, accountability, and open communication. And I hope they do that. I couldn't find a mission statement for smart centers. So I guess what I'm asking is the old saying, put yourself in my shoes. Would you want to be living in my condo when you don't get sunshine for months at a time? based on what is being proposed. I'd like to think not. I'd like to think the common sense will come to the fore. And everything I have listed in great detail is in a submission I made on June 2nd. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Handren, for those comments, and they have been recorded, and we have received your submission as well, your written submission, so we appreciate that. Next, I would like to ask Ken and Paulina Robertson to provide their comments. Mr. Robinson, Ms. Robertson, excuse me.
Okay.
Hi, Ken.
Jeff.
Welcome to Planning Committee.
What's that?
Welcome to Planning Committee. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I want to thank the mayor and council for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm on 37 Elm Street, which is just south of the proposed development next to Bunkers Creek. I'd just like to make a couple of comments, if you don't mind. I may take a minute or two longer, but I'll try not to. My data shows, and I could be wrong, but the data that I checked on since 2011, Barrie's population has only increased by 21,000. There has been many wish list projects, and there are right now by developers to turn Barrie into a major metropolis. And the presenter during her presentation, she showed a few of those places that are already proposed. Like 5 Points, Dunlop and Mary, the Lac House on Dunlop. At the old Barrie Y that's going to be replaced, supposed to be big condos going up there. And at the new Y across on Bradford Street, there's going to be some. Plus, there's projects at Little Lake and at Yonge and Little Street. And you may recall the Harmony project in Bradford did not materialize. The idea of 4 towers, now I have the old numbers, but I guess the new numbers are 35, 45, 38, and 25 are preposterous. It makes me suspicious that developers are asking for 4 big towers, all and hoping that maybe they'll get 2. It's almost like a poker game or negotiations. You go high and you'll take a lesser number. The idea of putting something into Bunkers Creek is preposterous. I just got no use for that at all. And these proposals remind me of the movie Field of Dreams. You build it and they will come. In 2010, I was a reluctant resident of Barrie, but I soon realized how beautiful Barrie is with its beautiful bay and accessible green space. I'm now proud to call Barrie my home. Previously, I lived in which was once a quaint Oakville, Ontario, for over 40 years, and saw what uncontrollable growth had done, and now is a nightmare when I travel down here. Speaking of green space, Bunkers Creek is a natural habitat with a variety of creatures, including beavers, which are vital to our ecosystem. I will remind Council on October 7, 2019, Section 8.2, Climate Mitigation Plan Number 1, therefore be resolved that the City of Barrie do hereby officially declare a climate emergency to name and deepen our commitment to protecting our economy, our ecosystems, and community from climate change. This was passed and carried unanimously. To think that Bunkers Creek will not be affected by this massive development is unrealistic. We know it will be affected. If developers want to build on Bradford Street, there's lots of vacant land. Just south from the car dealership to 48 Ellen, there's a big lot there. Plus, there's lots of empty lots across the street. They want to build a couple of towers there. That's fine. But they should not be, as previous speakers have mentioned, 40 stories high. 16 to 20 is high enough. If these massive towers materialize, it would create traffic and congestion issues for Bradford Street and Lakeshore, which is already busy. One of the big drawbacks to living in Barrie and working in the Toronto area is transportation. GO services are one way in early morning and in the evening with at least a 1.5 to 2 hour trip into the Union Station. You can forget about the 400. There is plans to extend the GO services, but that is years away. The pandemic has shown us one thing, and that is the value of green space for our health and well-being. Major cities that allowed uncontrollable growth had to deal with the lack of green space for its citizens to get a brief reprieve from the quarantine. We also know that the current world health conditions, this pandemic may not be a one-off. We in Barrie are blessed to have ample space to get some exercise during these difficult times. I brag to my family and friends how beautiful our city is, and I would like it to remain that way. Council has a duty to protect the citizens and our environment from the greed of developers. I'm opposed to this development at the proposed site. And thank you again for allowing me to, allowing me the opportunity to voice my concerns. And I will send my comments in. Thank you.
Ken, thank you very much for your comments, and we'll look forward to receiving the written version as well. Thanks for being here tonight. Next, I would like to invite Dave Wismer to provide comments. Mr. Wismer, welcome to Planning Committee.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So it's Dave Wismer. I'm in 2 Toronto Street, Unit 704, which is on the south side, and therefore take the brunt of the shadowing. My concern is to try and alleviate the hotel property and move it to the south so that we don't end up with what happened on Simcoe Street between the two properties. Their addresses aren't Simcoe, but so the original building was on the corner of Bayfield and Simcoe, and then the new big building was put in next to it, and the setback was minimal. From the plans that I can see, there may be a 6-meter setback to our property, but they talk about the nice green space going down to the pond and the sidewalks and whatnot on the south side of the subject property. Seems to me that the hotel complex could be moved to the south, even if it was only another meter. We would then get some open space there, a little more than normally is done. Also, the 3 towers, which we all know the density is way too high, but if they're going to end up with staggered heights, it seems to me that the shortest tower should be at tower number 2, which in the new agreement is 38. It used to be 42. And the shortest tower is number 4, which is the farthest away from our property here, which in the new plan is 35 stories. So presumably the tower heights are going to be cut back, but the shortest height anyway, should be tower 2, which will alleviate some of the shadowing for us. So those are the two items that maybe they can consider looking at in the next set of proposals. Other than that, obviously we're all concerned with the same comments are going through all the people here in 2 Toronto and 6, et cetera, and so on. But on the other hand, we also have to remind ourselves that there are some new taxes coming when this proposal is built, whatever they end up with, which helps us seniors not to have an increase in our taxes because we're all a bunch of cheap turkeys, okay? Yeah. No, I don't want to. Yeah, I'll be thrown out of 2 Toronto now. Anyway, thank you very much for your time, folks, and all the best.
Thanks very much, Mr. Wismer. Appreciate that, and the lighter note at the end. I will next invite Bonnie Gill, Ms. Gill, to provide your comments.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Gill, and I live at 2 Toronto Street, 1502. I've lived in Barrie for 50 years, and I'm pleased to speak this evening about my concerns regarding the proposed amendments to the official plan and the zoning bylaw. I won't go into detail. I did send in something in writing, but for those who are listening, I want to make sure that you hear me as well. So regarding the maximum building height, I made my comments on the basis of 22 stories for Tower 1, and I see tonight it's been revised to 25. This is well above the 16 stories that currently, of the buildings that currently exist on the waterfront, as it's been pointed out by you, Paula, in your diagrams. And the official plan was written for a reason, with a long-term vision of our beautiful Barrie's waterfront, including a maximum building height. And I would like to see that respected. And regarding the maximum building heights of towers 2, 3, and 4, I see they have been adjusted as well. And they're exceedingly higher than the existing 16-story condominium buildings at 2 and 6 Toronto Street for Tower 2. And Tower 3 and 4 would be much higher, respectively, as well. And specifically 33 Ellen Street. Or I guess it's 37. I thought maybe it was 33. I apologize for that error. It's clear that the difference between the current buildings and the proposed towers is unreasonably high and excessively high. Regarding setbacks, reducing the minimum yard setback to 2 meters would seriously impact the owners of 2 Toronto Street. Other speakers have already spoken about the garage being 4 stories high, 6 stories high compared to the 2 right beside it. And so no one in our building on the south side and no future residents of Tower 1 want to feel like there's no room to breathe. So a reduction in the allowable setbacks would be a negative thing. And also from the lake shore, the 2 structures being so close together, it would be much more aesthetically pleasing from the lake shore if there was a much larger setback. The setback on lake shore is also too small, so I am opposed to that. The allowable setbacks should not be reduced. I spent some time, as the other gentleman spoke, about shadowing, and this was before the difference in the towers. I'm basing this on the shadow studies, which is not reflect what the updated height of the towers suggests. But I realized that the shadows negatively impact 2 Toronto Street, 24 out of the 28 diagrams. And in the south side, regarding the south side, the shadows in the previous figures affect negatively 21 out of the 28 diagrams. And like the other gentleman said, I also realized that in the fall, the south side of 2 Toronto Street was impacted shadowing for most of the day, and in the winter, negatively impacted for all of the day. So that's really serious to me, because in the planning justification report, it clearly shows that there is a great deal more than some shadowing, as what the justification report suggested. So reducing the sunlight has been shown to boost mood, which makes for healthier, happier, and more productive citizens of Barrie. I've been a citizen of Barrie for 50 years, and I'm very proud of it. In order to mitigate this excessive and adverse shadowing effect, Tower 1 should be reduced to 16 stories. Tower 2, 3, and 4 should be reduced to 22 stories. The side yard setback on the north of the proposed development should be increased, and the rear yard setback at Lakeshore Drive should be significantly increased. I'm not opposed to development. I've spoken to Keenan about this, nor am I opposed to the revitalization of our downtown city core. I've lived in Barrie all my life, and I've chose to move here as we retired. The density resulting from the proposed development is far too great, Increasing the density of downtown Barrie does not have to happen all on this one particular site. Our lakeshore and park are well used, and it's already very busy from May through September. Summer weekends and weekends with special events are even busier and already crowded. Many residents who currently live not only on the waterfront, but in the neighborhood, regularly use the boardwalk and walkways along the waterfront and through Centennial Park. Many other Barrie residents come regularly to the waterfront to enjoy Barrie's gem. With the proposed development, I'm concerned that the current public spaces, i.e. the recreation area existing on the lake shore, including the boardwalk, the walkways, the bike paths, the beach, the playground, and the grassy areas of Centennial Park, are insufficient to sustain current and future residents in the neighborhood, as well as citizens in all of Barrie who like to come to the waterfront to enjoy this renowned public space. Barrie's waterfront is the jewel of our city. I'm proud to express my views in opposition to the official plan amendment and to the zoning bylaw amendment with respect to the proposed development. Thank you very much.
Bonnie, thank you very much for those comments and for being here tonight to give those to us. And as a 50-year resident of the city, appreciate that. Next, I will call on Rod Burns to provide comments. Mr. Burns.
Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yes, excellent.
Rod Burns, 6 Toronto Street. I've lived here in this neighborhood for about 18 years now, almost 20. I guess these buildings have been up. So I've been here a long time. I'm not old, so I have longevity. The staff report that was done, I'm going to say 6 years ago, the tall building staff report, which no one ever seems to want to look at, has buildings in Barrie at 12 stories. Granted, there's been no condos or rental buildings built in Barrie that have been 12 stories. They've all received a bylaw exemption. However, the report goes on to say that the city needs no higher than 12 stories to meet its places to grow mandate. So anything above 12 stories is a bonus. So when we look at this particular project, I'd be hypocritical to say we can't have buildings because I live in one. And I'm not going to dwell on the fact that it's 42 stories, 28 stories, whatever the stories are. They're typically too tall. And they're tall because you're trying to get a whole lot of density in a very small area. Smart Properties or Smart REIT, if you go on their website, their investor relations section, their last presentation to investors, go through the document. They're doing projects on major urban transit lines that are only 20 stories tall. Yet here they want to put up 40 stories. And the reason the pedestals are so high is because of the height of the buildings. If you shrink the buildings, you shrink the pedestals. And when it comes to condos, politicians never seem to think of us as a community. Well, they are a community. People help each other. They buy groceries for each other. They look after each other. They help each other in many, many ways. So if we look at community, and Mayor Lehman, you built a whole campaign on it in terms of the Allendale Historical District, the East End District, having people have a sense of community within the downtown core. These two buildings, and Nautica, and the other ones even at Marina Del Rey, all have a sense of community, okay? And if you lower the pedestal, you lower what the major complaint is the height of the pedestals, and you make it a much level even playing field. If you step in the marina parking lot and look across and envision 6 stories in the dead center of the building of solid brick, it's a beautiful sight. But in terms of individual communities, each of you probably live either Holly Meadows, Letitia, Sunnydale, Maple View. You all have a backyard, which you get to enjoy. You sit in the backyard. You have it fenced. Imagine someone, your neighbor, puts a fence that's 3 times the size up around your property. How would you feel? Imagine the guy next door knocks down his house and puts up a monster home. How would you feel? The buildings have to sit within the community. And at the 40 stories, they just don't fit in the community. By reducing the size, and I'm not saying down, I don't believe 16 is the right size either, but I don't think 25 is unreasonable. I don't think 30 is unreasonable, quite frankly. But I don't think 40 is. And it seems every time a developer comes to council, it's the elephant in the room that's 1 foot at a time. They all go for more density. You approve the one at 5 points for 20. The guy at the Uptown Theaters goes for 35. These guys show up at 40. The next guys are going to be 50. The guys after that are going to be 60. Somewhere along the line, you have to have some consistency in the planning. The other thing is the setbacks on Bradford Street. Okay, there's a part of the study is the transportation study that I believe goes to 2041. And it talks about Barrie's great rapid transit system. And part of the reason for the reduced parking allocation is because there's this massive belief that we'll all be riding the bus to work, which there are no office jobs in the downtown core, or we're riding a bike like they do in the Netherlands, which isn't going to happen either because we have nowhere to go. But if you're going to do that, then the city needs to, before this project is approved, make it part of the project as to what they're going to do on Bradford Street. Is there going to be a dedicated, divided bike lane, not part of the traffic? How wide are the sidewalks are going to be? This is an opportunity to create something properly. By just approving this development without thinking further, we'll be faced with little sidewalks, bike lanes that are dangerous. If that's going to be a corridor, and you know darn well that all those empty other spaces along Bradford Street are going to be condos or rentals. But if you haven't got the game plan in place before they go up, you're not going to have the opportunity of changing the game plan in the future. So before this project goes through, I personally would like to see the city's plans as to what they envision Bradford Street to be and the proper setbacks that this development should have given those visions on Bradford Street. The other thing that concerns me is the parking garage. I have the fortunate opportunity of living downtown, working downtown, playing downtown. I live the urban lifestyle and I love it. I walk, I put 5,000 kilometers on my car every year. It's great. You can have reduced parking as long as you got other avenues for people to get around. But the parking garage is a concern. And in fact, the way the property with the high pedestals is a great concern. And that is with crime. Your own downtown parking garage basically is a cesspool of prostitution, drug use, defecation, and I could probably go on even further. Okay. Parking garages attract a different type of element of your city. We not only have a parking garage behind our building, but we have a 19-meter setback between the parking garage wall and the wall of 6 and 2 Toronto Street. It's 40 feet, basically. That's an alleyway, which leads itself to a whole other set of problems in terms of crime in the city and crime in our backyard. Last but not least is the traffic. The traffic study was done on October 19th. You could shoot a cannon down Lakeshore on October 19th when they did a 300 car count. I sat on my balcony. I counted cars for an hour. Trust me, I was well beyond 300. A proper parking study should be done during also the peak times to ensure that proper traffic flow can occur in this particular area, because right now it is congested. In fact, our ward councillor, the night of the presentation for this at City Hall, that day, I was basically almost hit by a car crossing the street as they ran the red light, which happens all the time, not occasionally. So there are traffic concerns that need to be dealt with. In your neighborhoods, just like you don't want monster homes, fences that are 3 times higher than yours, you're all trying to implement parking control measures. In fact, the government's giving you what, $300,000 to implement more parking control measures. We need to have that in this area as well. This is a neighborhood. And that's really I want to get across to the developer. This is a neighborhood. The pedestals are too high. Lower your pedestals equal. Your buildings are probably 25 to 30 with the setback and the design, which are nice. You know, I have no qualms with that. I have no qualms with the hotel being on the waterfront with just the right access in. But the size of this project is too big for the acreage, given some of the other projects and the size of buildings that you're doing in Toronto. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Burns, thank you very much for your comments. I will call for additional speakers. So again, folks, if you're watching and you wish to speak tonight, please email cityclerks@barrie.ca, all one word, cityclerks@barrie.ca, or call 705-797-5353. And staff will send you the information required to participate tonight. I understand a few other folks have called in, and we will get to you after the speakers that have registered. So moving along with the speakers who registered, Gersine Bellavance, I see you are on the call. Welcome to Planning Committee, and the floor is yours. Excuse me. And I think you might still be muted. Ms. Bellavance, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, there we go.
Hello.
Unmuted. There we go. Good. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello,
I think you
yes.
might still be muted.
I believe my mic is, can you hear me? I'm sorry. My name is Gersine Bellavance. I live at 6 Toronto Street. And actually—
Ms. Bellavance, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, there we go. Unmute.
We'll need to turn off the YouTube or other means that you're watching so that we don't get that background.
Ms. Bellavance, I don't know if you can hear me, but we can't hear you at this point. I don't know if you're still working. Oh, there we go. Hi.
Hi, I don't know why you're not able to hear me. Can you hear me now?
We just started to be able to hear you, so you can.
I'm very sorry. What I had said was, I'll put on headphones. Maybe that will help.
That will definitely help. Thank you.
what I wanted to express is that I agree with most of the comments that have already been made this evening. And I live at 6 Toronto Street. I would like to comment that I would love to see some changes made so that people would actually be encouraged to take Bradford Street when they are bypassing the waterfront. People who are coming to the waterfront are welcome to use Lakeshore Drive, but I find that it's like a racetrack and incredibly noisy, and especially at this time of the year when everyone with a loud, noisy car or motorcycle wants to roar down Lakeshore Drive. But I've always thought that Lakeshore Drive should not just swing all the way through. And it's probably something that you would never want to do. I love the fact that you've closed the northbound in that section, and that has helped a lot, but the southbound is still roaring along. And I would love to see the Lakeshore as a place where people who use it only because they are coming to utilize our waterfront and not using it just as a bypass route. And I know your desire is that people would use Bradford Street, but they don't. And there needs to be some kinds of deterrence in place that would encourage people to use Bradford Street when they're only trying to get past down the waterfront area. But everything else that has been said about the building heights and the parking heights and all of that, I agree with. The setbacks, the shadowing, it's all a problem, I think, and out of character for what we have here now. So thank you so much for allowing me to share my thoughts.
Of course, thank you very much, Ms. Mellivans, for coming and giving us those comments. Appreciate you being here and bearing with us on the new format. Next, I will ask John Northcote to provide his comments. Mr. Northcote. Oh, okay. We don't have John with us at the moment, so we will move on. And I will call for those who weren't here when we called their name. I'll call them again at the end and give another chance. So if you are watching and want to call in, please do. Next, I would invite Greg Bell to provide his comments. Sorry, it says Greg here, but I'm guessing that's Mr. Gary Bell, who we know well. Mr. Bell, welcome to Planning Committee.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman and Council. I am Gary Bell, and I'm a resident of the Great Ward 1, and I'm pleased to come on this public meeting tonight to tell Council that this is a matter of more than the immediate and very well expressed matters and concerns by Dave and Bonnie and Rod, but this is a property of prominence and concern in the whole city. So I wanted to make my remarks. Council, can you see a slide presentation that I submitted to the clerk's office?
Yeah, we're just pulling that up now, Mr. Bell.
Thank you. So some of these slides are the same as I submitted in September of 2013 to the then proposed zoning bylaw amendment for a significant project at that time. I took a few different slides today on a bike ride to provide you this information. So I want to step back a bit and have you consider the site and the property. And it's a significant piece of our waterfront, highly visible from many places on the waterfront, important to the whole community. Council, the scale, the height, the massing and appearance of development of this property on the waterfront matters to me, and it matters to the people who spoke before me and to many others. Next slide, please. Council, here's a view from Heritage Park. This top slide was actually in 2013, and the bottom one this morning. You can see the property is the gap between the existing Toronto Street buildings and the blue waterfront pair of condos. It's a very significant property. Council, I want to suggest that staff and yourselves assess the impact of the proposed development on the skyline from these perspectives. Step back and consider the overall effect and impact of the height and mass of what has been proposed. Next slide, please. The top slide is from the from Heritage Park, looking across, and the bottom slide shows just in part the front part of the proposed development, and the buildings are 25, 35, 38, 45 stories. Council, that's as much as 3 times higher than the developments along the lake shore now. And I just ask that the rezoning of the site should regulate the development like or similar to other properties. Now, there can be some flexibility built in for amenity and improvement and good urban design, but fundamentally it needs to be really compatible. Next slide. I want to step back to something that's been considered in planning circles for a while, the Barrie Urban Growth Center. The land in yellow is the Barrie Urban Growth Center, and this is a provincial policy that requires consistency of any planning decisions and developments. And within the text there, you see that the target for the city is 150 persons and jobs per hectare. Now that's the overall area in yellow, is to achieve 30,000 persons or jobs. And that's been a given for a number of years. Next, please. Prior to 2013, I think it was about 2009, the Blue Sails development was proposed, and there was effective architecture and planning done, and there was a zoning bylaw adopted for 590 units in 2 buildings. Yes, it was up to 24 stories. Look at the population. That data showed that they were expecting 1,100 persons, and that would be 300 persons per hectare. Now that is intensification. It was considered to be reasonable, and it is in the order of twice the target for the growth center. Now the target is for an overall achievement in that urban growth center, not any individual property. This one, Blue Sails, went to 2 times the target. Next, please. The proposed rezoning and development has 1,900 units plus commercial and hotel space. Council, that's a total of 160,000 some square meters, 1.7 million square feet. Now the population projection on that is 3,534 people. That is 1,100 persons or jobs per hectare. And on top of that, there'd be the jobs, retail and hotel jobs, for a total in the order of 1,353 persons or jobs per hectare. Council, that is over 4 times the urban growth center target for intensification across the entire area, and it's not justified. Next, please. Mr. Burns might appreciate the top slide here. It's a provincially produced representation of what streets like Bradford Street, and I believe Barrie has used similar graphics. This is a look of the desired for Bradford Street. Bike lanes, traffic, buildings ranging from mixed use, multi-story. What's proposed is on the bottom as an architectural image. And this building and proposal would permit a scale of development well above what is intended or desired or needed. And Council, I noted that the proposed official plan amendment for the project was suggesting a policy that the development would ensure that the massing, appearance, scale, and architectural design of development is aesthetically and generally compatible with adjacent use. And that's fundamentally the concern that I'm raising and that the immediate and area neighbors have raised, that it is not that. Next slide, please. Council, there's the gap, the space between the two buildings. Council, the height and density of the proposed zoning bylaw, the proposed development, even the official plan amendment, are wrong for the site, for the area, and for the city. Next, please. My last slide, I'll turn these into questions to leave with council and staff. Will the planning staff and council indicate to the proponent that this proposed official plan amendment, the bylaw and the development, is to be refused, and challenge them to go back and propose a development in keeping with the city and community values and planning policies? Council, of course, good planning and planning decisions should be flexible, and they must fundamentally respect the community and character of the property and neighborhood as so well expressed by the people before me. Council, I thank you for considering my submission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bell, and for the preparation that went into making your comments here tonight on the build form and the context of the site. I had a laugh seeing the picture of blue sails 11 years ago. That was, I think, the 4 iterations ago in terms of the proposal for this site. But thank you for that and for your comments tonight. Next, I would like to invite Dorothy Goddard to make her remarks. Ms. Goddard, welcome to Planning Committee of Barrie City Council.
Yes, good evening. My name is Dorothy Goddard. I live at 2 Toronto Street, and many of the issues have been touched on that I made in my letter. Just a few other issues was the fact that someone wanted to put a hotel that, in my opinion, should be perhaps located closer to restaurants and entertainment and areas such as that, or the big shopping plaza down on Mapleview, somewhere in that area would be great for another hotel. However, we are residential, and having lived in the area for 19 or more years, I feel that we should stick to residential in that property. And I know their proposal is to include a hotel, but it certainly would bring a lot of issues in the evening with cars coming and going right next to 2 Toronto Street, where we're all condos and paying high taxes and happy not to have the lingering people who stand outside hotels on Dunlop Street around that hotel. It would certainly put a damper on our community of residential buildings. Anyway, like I say, most of the issues have been touched on, and parking, one of them. The Conservation Authority, I don't know why we would be asking them to encroach on their land. That is there for a reason, due to the underground streams heading towards the lake. So I'd hate to see buildings overlapping the conservation area. And just the large development they are expecting leaves us a bit cold, because they're cramming all kinds of buildings into a small parcel of land. We, in our area at 2 Toronto, and I'm sure many of the others on the other side, feel great about our community, and we keep it clean and beautiful. And we would like to see neighbors that would do the same. However, I feel a bit sad about a hotel may not look at things the way we do as a community at 2 Toronto Street. So I implore you to look into, because many of the subjects have been brought up, I shouldn't go on about all the issues, but I would like you to consider your decision very carefully. We've been here, most of the people have been here for 19 or more years and have enjoyed the lakeshore, and we'd like residential next door to us too. We're not averse to perhaps slightly higher buildings, but 40 stories or more we're not interested in whatsoever. It would block sunlight. It would, the first 3 or 4 floors from 3, 4, and 5 would be looking at a blank wall, because if you decide to build a building there, they're going to have 3 or 4 stories of parking. So our people would be looking straight into a blank wall or the parking of cars if they leave it open. And that doesn't go down too well with residential owners either. I don't know if our infrastructure, I don't know if the council members have looked at the infrastructure on Bradford. Maybe some of it has been improved, but I do know that our infrastructure is very old and may need changing to accommodate this development. Anyway, there's so many reasons the development company should revise their plans for this parcel of land. I don't think most of us in our building and number 6, sorry about that. That's bound to happen, isn't it, when you're just trying to get a point of
Always when you're on TV, yes.
So we in this building, I don't know if we can agree to all the amendments to the existing and to the zoning bylaws. I think the developers should not be asking for so many amendments to be made to the official plan, so they can cram so many people into this small piece of land. So as council members and our perfect mayor who love this area, please consider the people who already live adjacent to the proposed development before making your decision. And also, we are setting a precedent. If we give in to a lot of zoning bylaws and amendments, in the future, there'll be other builders saying, oh, you can go to Barrie, they're pretty easy. We can get things passed quite easily up there. They're open to all kinds of changes. We don't want Toronto buildings on our waterfront that are so many stories high. Let's keep Barrie beautiful. It is beautiful now, and I've enjoyed living here, and I hope to live here the rest of my life. So please think about what you're doing, and I implore you to go over some of their amendments that they're asking for. Thank you very much for listening to me. I appreciate making a point here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goddard. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for the kind words. We appreciate you coming here tonight and giving those comments and reiterating the need for us to carefully consider this as it comes forward. Okay, that completes our pre-registered speakers. I do understand that there are a number of individuals who have called or registered online to now speak. Mr. Nolan, perhaps you can just give us their names as they come in, and I will bid you welcome to Planning Committee.
I believe it's Joseph Gracia, if I'm pronouncing that correct.
Yeah, we see you on the Zoom. Mr. Gracia, are you with us?
I am.
All right, floor is yours, sir.
I actually didn't ask to speak. I'm just here participating, listening in.
Okay, well, thank you anyway. We're glad that you were here to participate.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just move you back into the crowd, so to speak, and ask for the next individual who indicated they wanted to speak. I have Jason Green on the screen. Is that correct, Mr. Green?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm also with the development team with Greenland. So thank you and to all the councilors and everyone who participated, but I also was not intending to speak.
Okay, then I'll go to Mr. Nolan because that's probably my fault. Mr. Nolan, our next, the next individual who wishes to speak, if you could introduce them and put them up on the Zoom.
I have Kathy Kobach next.
All right, welcome to Planning Committee, Ms. Kolbach. Welcome back to Planning Committee. Floor is yours.
97 Cumberland Street in Allendale. And I think pretty much everything has been covered off. I also agree with in terms of the density, height, and scale of this development. I think that the towers are far too tall. The podiums, I understand, are for parking, I believe. So I get that, but I know often with planning, you talk about making podiums or designing the lower part of the buildings sort of at human scale. And I don't think 6 stories is human scale at all. So that would be one of my comments. I'm sort of wondering why that we've got 4 tall towers and not really mixed use in terms of residential. So, 1 or 2 tall buildings, maybe some townhouses, etc., like we have had in other developments. The actual population, and it was interesting listening to, I believe it was Mr. Bell talking about the actual numbers that we could have here if it was 1900 units, say, times approximately, 2 people living in each unit. You're looking at 4,000, but really there's going to be more than that because there would be 2 and 3 bedroom units. So there's probably looking at between 4,000 and 8,000 people, not including the employees and the hotel units as well. So I'm guessing that really with this development, if it were approved at the 1,900 units, we'd be looking at more like 8,000 to 10,000 people in that area, which I think is far too much. I think what was originally approved for that site with the previous development at, I believe it was 25 stories, is more suitable for what we need along there to sort of sit in and look like the rest of the neighborhood along the skyline, along the waterfront. I think 40 stories is too high. I think 38 is too high. I think 45 is too high. I did have a question, I guess really, and I'm wondering if this will maybe come with staff report. With the retail that will happen in the lower, potentially happen in the lower portion of the buildings, will that be in direct competition to our businesses in the downtown core that are struggling and have been struggling for many years? Because what will happen is if there are shops and restaurants downstairs of the building, where do you think people are going to go? They're going to go down to the bottom of their building to do their shopping and to go to restaurants. And, if there's a little pub there or dry cleaners or whatever, they're not going to go to downtown to shop there. And I think from my perspective, and I like that Mr. Bell also talked and showed pictures of the skyline perspective, is that from where we sit at Bayview and Cumberland, or Burton Avenue and Bayview, and when you look down and look across, and even from my backyard on Cumberland Street, and I'm at quite a high elevation, I can see the 16-story towers from my backyard. And I can't imagine then looking out and seeing 40 stories. I mean, I think that would just, I wouldn't be able to see anything else. I wouldn't see the sky anymore. So those are my comments, and I would just like to thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Colbatch. Thank you for coming on and giving us those comments as well. Mr. Nolan, do we have additional folks who wish to speak tonight?
I have David Land and Pat Mansfield registered, but I don't see them on here. And then we have a phone number that I'm going to put on now. I don't want to read the number out publicly, but I'll allow them to speak. So if you've dialed in by phone waiting to speak.
Hey, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir. If you could just give us your name and address.
Sebastian Vassoff, 2 Coslow Street. Let me just start by acknowledging 2 quick things. One, I've been out of commission for the last 2 weeks due to mental health. So is there, and I know you can't respond right this second, but if there's any way to get a copy of the shadow studies and some of the stuff the rest of the callers mentioned, that would be appreciated. Launching into my comments, I'd also like to acknowledge that as a young person and 23 years old, it's in my best interest for prices actually to come down and not go up. So just acknowledging that. But I have several things, and I want to try and hit this off at a really high level. The first would be on the shadow side. Again, I haven't seen enough to say concurrently exactly what is going on with this particular development. I would say that 6 meters between the 2 buildings, I would really hope that's only at the bottom. For me, anything higher than 1 or 2 stories at that level is frankly way too close. Realistically, there's based on the very, very quick image I saw partway through the presentation, it looked really, really artsy, very modern, and all over the place, which I personally think for the downtown is greatly needed. If you're going to build some really high buildings, which is going to happen eventually, then I really do think that in the spirit of gentrification, I think I pronounced that correctly, you really do need buildings that just look really cool. I've seen 1 or 2 buildings go up in the downtown core. This is a big giant gray slab, and honestly, it's an eyesore. And for me, that does take away. I'm less worried about having really, really tall buildings as I am about how they're balanced throughout the core. I think that if you're going to have several tall buildings, which I think may be inevitable, I think it's really important to space them between older buildings. I think there's a lot of very, very old buildings down there. And I'm not just talking about the strip. I'm talking, right down, what's it called, Bradford and the whole area. I think there are a lot of really smaller buildings that can be accented against some modern buildings, and that a lot of smaller buildings that can be maybe either revitalized or brought up to really have that old town feel. And I think there can be a real juxtaposition there that I think can work really well. Acknowledging, sorry, I'm just going back to my thing for my notes. Acknowledging the idea of green space. There is a field, sort of a green space down there right now. I don't see it utilized, partly because of the state it's in, but I do think, as the one caller said, I do think it's very important to acknowledge that we should have as much green space down there as possible. So if the developer is willing to put a park or green space in, that would be amazing. Sorry, just going through my notes. One caller mentioned, and I'm not going to go very far down this rabbit hole because it maybe I don't want to get too distracted, but one caller did mention that in terms of the parking lot, being afraid of, shall we say, maybe a little bit questionable activity going down in that area. And I think it's really important to remember that, again, especially if you're going to have buildings like this go up, that it's really important to serve the population that all they're going to be down there. So just acknowledging that. On the note of retail, because one person brought up the idea of retail being on the bottom. Frankly, I've been quite critical for a while of how much retail Barrie is putting up total. We have the whole Bayfield Mall that's completely dead right now. Every time a great new shopping plot complex goes up, we have like an older shopping complex that was totally usable that just shuts down. It's just empty, dead space. Obviously, COVID took a knock at it, but you know, the whole retail thing's been struggling for a while now. And I really do think that we're not going to go back to a world where there was as much retail as before. We're going to go to a world quite quickly where we have much less retail. And Barrie's already got enough retail that there's just this closed stuff happening everywhere, frankly, before COVID. So I'm very nervous about just bringing even more retail in. In terms of having a bottom floor that realistically, make sure it's stuff connected. In terms of having a bottom floor that serves the community and is multi-purpose, I completely agree with that. You know, several councillors have expressed to me the notion of, well, how do we afford to have public art when, frankly, we're trying to focus on affordable housing? And to me, that's a fair comment. If you really want to have a multi-purpose down on the first floor that is, you know, people coming in and out engaging with the building, my question is whether it's a public gallery where public art can be shown, whether it's a library type use, whether it's the city running facilities out of there. You know, we have the whole Y right beside the area, so that's going to greatly bring in a lot of that crowd to that area. And I do think it's possible to capitalize on that crowd, bring that in, and have, say, shall we say, complementary also public stuff. So maybe not, you know, maybe not a recreation building, but what other uses of, like, what other things that bring the community together other than retail do people also go down there for? So I think that's as a cultural piece, and as, you know, thinking about, frankly, you know, with the whole idea of the movie theater closing, I'm not saying you make a full movie theater, but are there ways to have, you know, just throw a random idea there, is there a way to have, you know, a place where people can go down and see, you know, a video projected on a wall? I'm not saying it has to be that, but I really encourage council to think outside the box of what things that bring people together and their cultural things that maybe you don't get to see at every waterfront. You know, you go up to Wathega Beach and there's just stores everywhere. It's like, okay, I just wanted to go to see the bloody beach, and now I feel like I'm pressured to buy something, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, what if I want to go to Wathega Beach and I'm going to the beach, or when I'm sort of making the analogy of Wathega Beach and the Centennial Beach or the waterfront? Well, when I'm going to Wathega Beach, I really wish, you know, there was somewhere quieter where I could see, you know, some really cool cultural thing. So I'd really implore the council to really think about that in terms of a juxtaposition. In terms of, you know, the comment of defecation, frankly, I've seen that in many places. And I think just, I'm going to say this once and I'm going to drop this particular point, just that Barrie really, really needs to, especially downtown, really, really needs to have some washrooms that are accessible at all hours. There have been plenty of times throughout the summer where, as a music photographer and street photographer, or just someone who enjoys the strip all the time, for whatever reason, I'm outside at really, really late areas of the night. And I've often been like, I have nowhere to use the washroom. And that was kind of awkward. And I was like, I'm not sure what to do now. So if there is a safe place for someone to use the washroom, I think that would be, and just a safe place in general for people to use the washroom, that's something that I feel quite passionate about. Anyway, dropping that, going back to the building.
Yeah, Mr. Vassoff.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I just need to nudge you back to comment specifically about the matter that's in front of the planning committee.
No, absolutely. Sorry, absolutely. I got on a sidetrack. My apologies. My apologies. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Sorry. Realistically, I covered retail, I covered affordability, covered public washrooms, covered I guess those are frankly my thoughts. And in closing, I'd just like to say that that other than getting a shadow study for this building, I just think that it's really, really important when you're looking at a development for a building, especially at this scale, especially in this area, to really look at all the other issues that go around in the neighborhood in terms of how they specifically site that property, and not just saying, is this property good enough of itself, but how does this property fit into the bigger picture? And on that, I hope that I can go too off topic, but thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Vassoff. Thanks for calling in and giving us those comments. We appreciate that. Mr. Nolan, is there anybody else that is waiting to speak? I will call again in a minute for those who we missed earlier in case they've been able to join, but is there anyone else waiting to speak, Mr. Nolan?
I have everyone on my list.
Okay. So I'm just going to go back through. We did have a couple of folks who'd registered who did not, who weren't here tonight. Linda Kerr, are you on the call? Mr. Nolan, or do we see her in the Zoom?
I do not.
Okay. Who else did we miss? Mr. Northcote, is John on the call or on the Zoom now?
I do not see him.
Don't? Okay. And you had a couple of others, Mr. Nolan. I assume you don't see them either.
No, I had David Land and Pat Mansfield, and I don't see either of them either.
Okay. Well, with that, I will assume that we are through all of our public speakers for tonight, and the off chance that any of them do come on during the questions from councillors for clarification, we can still hear them while the public meeting is still in order, just in case there was a reason you couldn't get on. I will now go to questions of clarification only from councillors. And as always, oh, sorry, Mr. Nolan, yes?
Mayor Lehman,
I'm sorry, we're just getting two people speaking at once. Mr. Nolan, go ahead.
I believe it was Councillor Morales trying to chime in.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Morales. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just quick point of clarification about the comments before we go. Sorry, there was just a comment that was said that was not accurate. I've been on the meeting the whole time listening on audio. I don't have enough battery to have made it, and I wanted to be respectful to everyone speaking and make sure I had enough battery to hear all the comments, so I'm using audio instead of video. Quick point of clarification. There was a comment that was said earlier by a gentleman about just possibly getting hit. The way he phrased that, I touched base with Councillor Alwyn, and it kind of implied that it was Councillor Alwyn the one who possibly maybe hit him. That's actually not the case. And I just think we owe it to Councillor Alwyn to clarify the fact that Councillor Alwyn did not almost hit the gentleman. It was unrelated, but the phrasing was, hey, trust me, if there's anybody that knows that sometimes you can phrase things poorly, it's me. Happens to me all the time. So I just want to clarify that that was not the case. Okay. I tried to call a point of order, but I was calling in through the main number, and I was a guest, not a panelist. I will let you continue.
That's funny. Okay. Thanks for that important point of clarification. And thank you, Councillor Alwyn, for not almost running over your constituents. That's smart, both politically and from a health point of view. So I will go to you, Councillor Alwyn, as the ward councillor, to ask any questions of clarification first of either the applicant or Ms. Banfield.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thanks for that, Councillor Morales. Ridiculous. And thank you to all the people who were engaging tonight. I know it's it's not normal times, and it's hard to engage through this platform. So I really, really appreciate all the time that people took to participate in the meeting this evening. So I do have a couple of questions for the applicant. And they're sort of based on some of the broad themes that were raised by residents in the area this evening. So the first is around the front building, the building that's closest to Lakeshore Drive, the 25-story building. You said that from the tower of that building to Toronto Street, the neighboring building, it's a 30-meter setback. But from the podium to Toronto Street, what is the setback?
Let me just get back to you on that one, Councillor. So the tower separation is 30 meters at the pinch point, but I will take the totality of the comments coming from Toronto. I know they were well represented tonight. And so I'm sorry, right off the bat right now, I don't know the exact separation there, but we will look at that and get back and see how we can improve that condition.
Okay. So one of the main concerns that was raised was just the proximity of that podium to Toronto Street. So I'm wondering, have you given any consideration, as some of the residents suggested, to moving that building further south, closer to Bunkers Creek, to mitigate the impact on the neighboring building?
As I said at the top of the presentation, so overall, there have been some changes since we made our application in December. The tower heights have adjusted. The density has actually gone down. We've got a 12% reduction in the number of units being proposed since our submission in December. We've been working with staff on the tower floor plates and also on the positioning of the towers to stagger their positioning on the site. We will look at the positioning of Tower 1 in relation to Toronto Street in more detail. There's obviously the Bunker Creek and step back required from Bunkers Creek and the access point on Lakeshore, but we will take that back and look at it. It has been looked at up to this point, but we'll see what further adjustments we can make.
Okay, I appreciate that. And speaking of Bunkers Creek, that was a concern that was raised quite a few times this evening. So I'm wondering if you can briefly speak to what has been done to mitigate some of the environmental concerns with Bunkers Creek.
Yeah, we are working very closely with city staff and with conservation staff. Really, we just see it as an opportunity. We just didn't want the property lines between Bunkers Creek and ourselves to be hard, fast, put up a fence. We saw it as an opportunity to really create a meaningful interface. Right now, people illegally traverse from kind of Bradford to Lakeshore through the property. We know that there's a desire line for porosity and pedestrian connectivity through the site. So in our conversations, we said with the work that we're doing on the site, can we create a really meaningful interface between this development and Bunkers Creek? It's not to encroach on Bunkers Creek land. It really is a matter of just creating a really nice interface where we can have proper pedestrian circulation, both in the natural format of Bunkers Creek, but also throughout the development. So it's really just creating an opportunity more than obviously requiring their land for anything to do with our development. And so we've been working with them and working with the tiers, working with the Conservation Authority, and city staff on all the different components of that.
Okay, thank you. So I believe it was one of the speakers near the beginning who brought up affordable housing. So the city in our official plan has a target of 10% affordable units in all new developments. Now 10% of this development would be a significant number of units. So I'm wondering if you can speak to what you have done through the application process to meet that city policy.
I'd say the discussions on affordability are in the early days. We are speaking with the city in regards to what that means. I mean, there's different forms of affordability depending on how they're brought forward. So we're having those conversations and we look forward to advancing them in a meaningful way with city staff and with all interested parties.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for questions for you for now. I have a couple questions for staff as well. Oh, and do you think the residents of 2 Toronto Street are cheap turkeys? No, just kidding, just kidding. Yeah.
No, but I will say, I know the bulk of the comments come from 2 Toronto, and I just want to reiterate what I said at the top of the meeting. I would be happy to meet one-on-one with residents, have a phone call. I know this setting is not necessarily conducive to back and forth dialogue, so I'd be available anytime, myself and my team, to have further conversations with them and with any resident.
That's great. Great answer. Thank you. So I do have a question for staff. And the first is around what Mr. Burns raised, and that's along Bradford Street. I can't remember exactly what the plans for Bradford Street are in our transportation master plan, but is there a plan for a separated bike lane along Bradford in the future?
I'll go to Ms. Banfield on that. Ms. Banfield.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Aylwin, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Aylwin. The Transportation Master Plan definitely is identified Bradford Street as a core route, showing a cycle track with sidewalks on both sides, ultimate width of 5 lanes. So there is definitely some attention to Bradford Street. And I will get back to you if that actually ends up being a separated cycle or if it what that cross section looks like, but definitely the Transportation Master Plan is looking at some improvements along Bradford Street.
Okay, thank you. Another question for you, Ms. Banfield. Mr. Bell brought up the idea of intensification in the urban growth center and the number of people and jobs per hectare. So I'm wondering if you can speak to, from his numbers, it looks like we've gone way over the target for the urban growth center, but I'm wondering if you can clarify what's going on there with intensification on this site.
Absolutely. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Aylwin, certainly there is, this has been a fluid site. It's been an interest of development for many years, different growth plans, different intensification targets, I will say that the population count that Mr. Bell quoted is slightly different than what we forecast for high density units. And council will also be aware that staff talk frequently about the target and the intensification targets being reached across the entire area, whether it's a node or a corridor or the urban growth center. And again, this is something that would be reported back to council in the recommendation report.
Thank you. And sorry, I do have one more question for the applicant. And that was around the issue of parking. So someone raised the parking ratio that's currently proposed. I'm wondering if you can speak to how you justify that parking ratio and what the thinking behind that was.
Yeah, we've been working with our transportation consultant. We are seeing across the board a reduction in parking ratios in many different municipalities. And I concur that, you know, every municipality has a unique set of kind of parameters. Obviously, that there's a lot of transit services in Barrie, but with car shares and with people's desires to own less vehicles, we are seeing generally a direction where parking ratios are coming down. So we think the 0.85 is justified. That being said, we are looking at phasing. The one thing I want to stress to everyone that this is a multi-phased development. The first building will be the southern tower, and we'll be coming in for site plan application shortly on that, but it's not going to be built in one swoop. So one thing we can do is get phase one up and look at it and make sure that everything is appropriate. But we do see that trend happening, and we've done a parking study with BA Group, and we'd be happy to. I believe those parking studies are on the city website, but we would be happy to have discussions with anyone who wants to go through them in more detail.
Okay, thank you. And I lied, I have one final question, and that's around the front tower and the reasoning behind the increase in height from 22 stories to 25 stories. Why was that decision made?
As I said, there's been some adjustments where we've just been looking at modifying some of the floor plates, the tower floor plates, tighten up the podiums, trying to create more tower separation and more spacing between the podiums. And there's just been an overall redistribution of some of the heights. Overall, the density is down. There's about 100,000 square feet that we've taken off the plan since December. And as I said, there's about 200 to 300 units less than what was being proposed. So specifically, that's how it worked out in regards to that phase one. We think the 25 stories along the lakeshore is very appropriate. But again, we're going to take the totality of the comments we've heard this evening and go back and review them as a team.
That's great. Thank you. That's all I have for this public meeting, but certainly lots more questions down the road, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Owen. Other questions of clarification to the applicant or to staff, members of Planning Committee? Please indicate if you have a question. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Overall, I do like what I see. Obviously, I have significant concerns with the height, but from the hotel side of things, does the hotel contain either banquet and conference type facilities, or is it just going to be straight hotel rooms? What do you envision for that?
We are still talking to various hotel brands in regards to which hotel will be here and exactly what the programming will be. So I think it's early days for that. Also, we are aware that the city is looking at a new auditorium and conference space. So we have had early conversations with economic development and with the city just to make sure anything we do is additive and complements whatever work the city is doing on the adjacent parcels. So that we are having those conversations. We'd welcome any feedback from the city or from the community on what uses they'd like to see within the hotel programming.
And just one more follow-up question too, when it comes to the height, because when you look at this and compare it to any of the towers in the immediate area, this is going to very much tower over everything else. what's the justification for all of these towers being in such great heights in comparison to everything that's around it, and including the 20-story towers that was just recently approved in the property behind?
No, I appreciate that comment. And I know height is probably the biggest issue that I'm hearing consistently tonight. I think the overall density on the site with the size of the site, the positioning of the towers, the tower separation, the architecture that we're bringing forward, we do think it is wholly justified and supported. That being said, we will take back those comments and look at it. We obviously looked at what the overall heights and densities in relation to what could be supported on site, what could be supported by the market. But I don't want anyone to think we personally never lost sight of the design principles that we were trying to achieve, which is great architecture, great porosity of the site, open space, connectivity, light, view corridors. And we do believe we've achieved those, but I do appreciate the feedback that we're hearing, and we will take it back and report back shortly.
Great, thank you. I have other questions, but I won't take up all the time.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Are there others who have questions of clarification? Certainly, by the way, members of council, you can, of course, submit questions to staff and to the applicants after the meeting. Councillor Riedma.
Yes, I also have a whole series of questions, but I just want to put two of them to Ms. Banfield, actually. The question that I have on the Bradford Street frontage, it looks to me from the drawings that there's ground floor commercial, and then there's 2 or 3 stories of parking. Is that correct? And I think it is correct. Is there a way that instead of parking along the street frontage, we could have a design that has residential along the street frontage so that we get, people actually living on the street? Is that something that we can, that is possible?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Riedma, thank you for the question. Many times, and in this instance, it's no different, we do see parking in the podium, in particular in the downtown with the high water table. So we don't tend to see a lot of underground. So we do. There's many ways that we can look at that interface from a design perspective, as well as some buildings do propose shallow units, either commercial or residential, to front and cover up that parking. But we will take this comment back, and we'll also speak to the applicants about it, and we'll make sure to report back in the recommendation report.
Okay, thank you. I certainly understand the high water table and the parking constraints there, and I just want to see residential face, if you will, onto Bradford Street.
May I just, sorry, just ask a clarification. Do you mean at grade or just fronting? Because the podium, just so you know, the above the retail, there is residential fronting on Bradford.
Oh, what I'm talking about is the ground floor is retail, and then I'm looking at second, third, fourth floor, fronting along Bradford Street. Okay. If those are all residential with balconies and people living there, I'm good. If it's just cars, then I think it's problematic. So that's what I was driving at. The other question that I have, Mrs. Banfield, is that our official plan says that park dedication should be up to 1 hectare per 300 units. So if there are 1,900 units on this site, the park dedication would be 6.3 hectares or about 15 acres. And I don't think I saw on the plan anywhere where there's any park dedication. So do we have any thoughts on that? Are we going to get some open space there somewhere? Simply because, the waterfront is already full according to our staff, and it'd be, with another 1,900 units, that could overload it. So any thought on that?
Ms. Banfield.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Rietma, thank you for the question. So I think there's a couple of things that we've already talked about for this proposal in terms of the improvements that will be along Bunkers Creek and the pedestrian improvements that that's going to make that bigger connection between Bradford Street and the Lakeshore. But in addition, certainly the Planning Act requirement is land or money. So that is something that we will for sure work back with the applicant on. And again, we'll report back in the final recommendation report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rietma. Any other questions of clarification from members of Planning Committee? Okay, seeing none, I just had one for Ms. Bustard for the applicant. So you were touching on this, I think, in response to Councillor Harvey. But the key question I really wanted to ask is, because this is probably the largest single development proposal the city has seen, both in terms of the proposed scale of the buildings and the overall number of units, at least in high-rise built form. Obviously, your company sees a substantial market in Barrie, which supports a different kind of built form than we've seen previously in the city's history. Could you maybe say a little bit more about, given the economic circumstance and the community right now, why your company wants to build this in Barrie at this time? Oh, sorry, Ms. Bustard. You don't look like you're on mute, but we're not hearing you. There we go. Good.
Sorry. Technology and me don't get along all the time. So thank you very much. No, we have a long-term commitment to Barrie into this project. I know one of the things that we talked about when we had the open house in late November, early December in the Rotunda was just talking about a lot of stop and starts on this site and a lot of developers that have made pitches and they haven't gone anywhere. We are fully committed to this property. We believe strongly in the market. We believe strongly in Barrie. We believe strongly in the proposal that we're bringing forward. We are fully committed. We are ready to go. So Tower 1, we believe that we could start right away. We do think it has to be built in phases. This isn't going to be a one-phase project. But we do have a long history with the City of Barrie and a lot of various projects. I think a lot of people know Smart Center specifically as more of a big box developer. We are evolving quite drastically. We're doing a lot of intensification, a lot of residential, a lot of mixed use projects throughout the GTA and throughout the country. But this project is very, very important to us and we believe strongly in it. And as I said, a long-term commitment. We believe in the market and we believe in the product putting forward in partnership with Greenwind. And they have a great history of bringing great rental projects forward and being great additions to the community. And that's one thing I heard from a lot of the residents, that this is a community. We want to be part of the community and add to it. We are not looking to take away or to, we really think that this could really enhance the waterfront and enhance these developments. So we appreciate the opportunity and we will do our best to address all the concerns that we've heard today.
Okay, and on that, I just wanted to close with the offer that you had made with regards to other meetings with the residents, because this is such an unusual circumstance to be doing virtual meetings, especially on such a substantial development. That being said, I know you've heard the concerns, and Councillor Aylwin's reiterated a number of them. I think especially that the podium height, the proximity to 2 Toronto Street in particular, is a design issue that obviously is a source of major concern. And we have seen that in the city of Barrie with some other developments in terms of the proximity of high-rise buildings and their podiums. And the design is just so essentially important. And I think that was a bit of a flashpoint. So I think you offered, if I understand correctly, to do additional meetings with some of the residents. Just about everybody who spoke tonight, I think maybe everybody, was from one of the 4 buildings on either side. So if it's possible to do that, obviously I think I speak for council when I encourage you to do that, because the more that those design considerations can be addressed and changes made to address those concerns, obviously the greater the comfort level, even if they are a major challenge. And then on the overall issues in terms of size and scale, if I'll go to Ms. Banfield actually just before we close the meeting. What is the anticipated timing for this report to come forward to Planning Committee for discussion and or decision?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Lehman. Realistically, the latter part of the fall is what we're looking for, likely end October, early November. And I think depending on where we are, that's probably ambitious, but we obviously as soon as possible.
Okay, and for those who are on the meeting tonight or watching and do want to be notified, a reminder to email to cityclerks@barrie.ca so that you can be notified when this is coming forward. There were questions tonight from a few deputants about how to access some of the supporting studies and materials. Of course, those are available or should be anyway on the project website on the city's website. So on barrie.ca, please go under proposed developments and in Ward 2, and you can find this one. All of the materials submitted for the application that are should be linked there as we make those all public. So with that, I will declare the public meeting concluded under the Planning Act. And I want to thank again everybody on the call for participating in this, and especially those who made comments at the public meeting. Really quality comments, very sort of thoughtful and respectfully delivered. And the passion in your love of where you live comes through. But thank you also for providing very thoughtful comments, everybody on tonight's call. So that will conclude our public meeting. We do not have any other items on Planning Committee's agenda for this evening. So I'm just going to glance at the clerk. Any reason why we can't adjourn? We're good to go. All right. Thank you, everybody, again for participating. Meeting is adjourned, and we will see you next Monday. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
And then we would do only things that he wanted to do. It was never, if I wanted to do it, oh, no, don't have time for that. And things that we used to enjoy together, just that just kind of stopped.
Okay, so if you wanted to go ahead and do that after the birth of our son, is when I saw everything changed. I saw control, I saw jealousy, I saw insecurity, and I no longer was Shannon. I was mother to his child. I no longer was independent. I no longer stood on my own. And at first I thought it was kind of sweet because he really put me on a pedestal, and like, who doesn't want to be treated, like a queen? But then simple tasks of me going to the store to get formula or get milk or get diapers, and if I took too long, or if I was outside of our home talking to a neighbor for too long, it just all started to unravel.
Now looking back, I am fully aware that the abuse started probably a lot earlier on than I even suspected, with a little bit of manipulation and control. So the idea of controlling who I saw, where I went, when I went places, who I could and could not hang out with. So those were some of the starting signs.
As it went on, it controlled me to the point where I wasn't allowed birth control. I would try to get on birth control. He wouldn't let me use it. I remember trying to hide like a patch on my body somewhere. He'd find it and rip it off. I wasn't allowed to go to doctor's appointments. I cut my hair really, really short in the beginning, near the beginning of our relationship, and he seemed to really like it. And then I wasn't allowed to really grow my hair long anymore. I wasn't allowed to wear makeup. I wasn't allowed to dress a certain way. Family would, like his family, even would find my clothes, thrown out on a pathway that they, used to walk their dog or something. I wasn't allowed friends. I wasn't allowed to go to school. I wasn't allowed to get a job.
And when he did work, I would have to meet him after work halfway, just so that he knew where I was and what I was doing. Dinner had to be served at a certain time for him. Like,
he would make me believe that I was the problem at times and gaslight me. And so I learned that from the shelter, that that's how the abuse was going on. I had all the red flags and I just kept going with it. Definitely just ignored the signs, ignored every sign, and I just kept going, dealing with the relationship.
Violence against women is one of those sectors that has always been underfunded, and it's something that the community doesn't like to talk about. We don't like to think that there are women who are experiencing abuse who are our neighbors, right in our own backyards. We don't want to think that that's happening, but based on the numbers that we have here in the shelter of women and children, we can tell you that it is happening and it's increasing.
There was a lot of hitting. I had bruises on my body. He never hit me anywhere that you could really see. It was on my arms and legs. So I used to wear a lot of long sleeve shirts and pants that would hide it. I didn't let anyone know that he hit me. He threatened to kill us both by hitting the guardrail or driving off the guardrail. He would swerve the car back. And I was shocked each time he did this. The one occasion that was the most traumatic was he had me pinned up against the wall of my apartment, and he threatened to kill me with his bare hands. And I froze, not knowing what to do. I assume he saw the fear in my eyes and decided to not do it. He screamed and left the situation, and that was it.
I think I just took too long at the store again, getting milk or bread and talking to the wife's owner. And when I came back, it was, when there was a screaming match at how long I took, and I told him how unreasonable he was being. And he told me basically that I was his property and that I need to be home when he's home from work and that I need to be there. And he hit me again. Actually, he punched me this time. And then he punched me in the stomach when I was holding our sons.
These are a series of photos that I took with Christian Taylor. While I was living at the shelter, I was going through a week of not getting out of bed, and I just felt really crappy about myself, and I was able to reach out to a friend who said, hey, let's go take some photos and remind you of how beautiful you are. So the first part of the abuse started with physically sexual abuse. So it was demanding sex from me when I didn't want to give it. So we had a very healthy sex life, and I guess it made him feel that he owned me, he owned my body, and he would force himself on me, even though on days that I did not want to lay with him. So yeah, it was traumatizing.
He threw an alarm clock at my head in my direction. It missed me, but then he came over and he grabbed me and threw me on the bed and just, held me down, held me there.
One time he choked me, another time he punched me, and but for the most part, it was verbal and emotional abuse.
While bruises are very visible and we can see when a woman's being physically abused, the emotional scars of psychological abuse are very deep-rooted and they're not evident to women as they're walking down the street. It is much harder to tell that a woman's being abused when she doesn't have those bruises on her body, but the psychological abuse is very damning to a woman.
Put your hat on. Get your hat.
When people say that why didn't you just walk away, or that you should just get out, it's hard. It's really hard because you're attached to that person. You feel like, I personally felt that I could help and that I could change him. That, it was me that was making all these issues and it was actually him. So the realization is that, you just gotta get the balls to go, get that strength and know that you can do it.
The reason why I stayed with him and went back to him after the abuse happened was, I guess there was a lot of confusion. I didn't know I didn't understand. He seemed sincere when he did apologize. He was even suicidal, and I guess part of me felt like I had to save him. I had to rescue him. I felt responsible for him. I thought that if you were in a relationship, that you took care of the other person. You were there through thick and thin, regardless. I didn't really think about myself and taking care of myself first. I just thought about, that I had to keep working at it. There had to be some answer somewhere to why he was doing this, and that I could change him.
This is Innisdale Secondary School's second annual Rainbow Walk. We have a guest speaker here, Shelley Skinner. She'd like to say a few words, so everyone give a round of applause for Shelley.
When you share a life with someone, it's not the easiest thing in the world to separate that life, whether it be just legal issues, children involved, finding homes. Like, these are things that are a problem. And for a single woman like me, it was definitely an issue. There were times that I wanted to leave, but felt very, very stuck.
I let it go again.
You let it go again. Why?
Because I thought he just needed to be loved. And I thought that it was an honest mistake, and he promised that he wouldn't do it again. And that he loved me, and he loved our son, and there isn't anything he wouldn't do in the world for us.
Is we need to understand the reasons why did her partner abuse her in the first place. We need to have that understanding, and when we do, we lift the burden that women have carried about the abuse that they've experienced.
I was terrified. And it was scary, and it was lonely. I was embarrassed. I was ashamed. And I had small children too that I worried about, and I still worry about them ending up in a relationship that isn't good for them, or it was very scary, very lonely.
It makes you feel like you're the most worthless thing on the face of the planet. It's you're just broken inside. You have no self-esteem. You think you're lower than dirt. It's terrible. And 7 years later, I'm still going to a counselor to deal with this.
A year ago, what we knew is that every 6 days in Canada, a woman is killed by her intimate partner. The new research is saying that it's every 2.5 days now that a woman is killed in Canada by her intimate partner.
I knew it was over when he threatened to kill me. He said if it were legal, I would be dead. The night before, he had been watching a show where a man had been acquitted of murdering his wife, and he said I had better sleep with one eye open because he knew how to commit the perfect murder. And then that next day, that's what he said, and I just grabbed my purse, got my vehicle, and I went right to my church.
407, are you available to respond to a report of a domestic? We have a report of a female advising that her husband has been drinking, requesting police attend to their location for assistance. Are you available?
Immediately upon arrival, as we're pulling up to a call, we're receiving information from our dispatchers to let us know if we've been there before, if there's ever been charges before, if the people inside the house have any sort of weapons, right down to whether there's dogs inside the house that we would also have to think about. These are all things that are in our heads as as we're driving to the call so that we can ensure the safety of the officers as soon as they get there. Oftentimes when we walk in the door, it is complete chaos. We have no idea what's happened. Sometimes there's furniture everywhere, you know, people are crying, children are running around, there could be pets. So the first thing for us to do is to separate those parties. Not just in the same room. Sometimes we're taking one outside, we're taking one upstairs, and it's at that point that we start trying to put the pieces together. After we've ensured that the immediate safety of everybody has been addressed, it's okay, so what has happened here tonight?
So what do you got?
So she's alleging that they've gotten into an argument.
They have to make a call about what's happening. We are very proud of our police and that they're looking at situations like that from a trauma-informed lens. We want them to have an understanding that women will act in a certain way because of the abuse that they've been living in.
If you're going to a break and enter, it's after the fact, and there's emotion, but it's not this heightened sense of elevated risk for the officers and for the female and the male and the children. So yeah, those are some of the toughest situations that we have to respond to.
It is very hard for a woman to stand up in court and tell the story about the horrific abuse that she's endured. And she's saying that in front of people that it's a very embarrassing thing. She feels a lot of shame and guilt to have to tell that story. But in order for her to be believed, she has to go through that horrendous process.
These court process can take anywhere, up to 2 years, and so that's something that the officer is involved in, every step of the way. Oftentimes they have to testify, there could be pre-trials. So when they get to the scene, they're already thinking about what kind of evidence do I need to secure here. So that piece is there as well, while they're trying to deal with the immediate situation. Eventually, maybe the calls will decrease, but I think our quality in response to those calls has definitely increased.
My children are the most important thing in my life right now. They are my whole world, obviously. I'm all they have, so they are number one in my life. That and making my own happiness, being happy so then they can have a happy mom. Where'd you go? She doesn't understand the history behind at all, not yet. And I don't really tell her too much because I don't like her to know that. When she's older, I'll let her know, but right now I'm not gonna. I just tell her if she asks about her dad, I say that Daddy's not allowed here, Daddy's not nice to Mommy, and that's about it.
We know that children who are exposed to violence potentially will experience violence as an adult, but they also may have the potential to become an abuser. And when we think about what it is that causes men to become violent, we need to consider what their growing up looked like. How were they parented? How did they learn how to deal with conflict?
I'm proud of who I am as a woman, as an Indigenous woman. But because of the abusive relationship that I was in at the time, I was not able to identify with my Indigenous culture. Now that I'm out of that relationship, I'm now able to reconnect with my roots, and also gives me the chance for my children to know their Indigenous roots as well. My children are very aware of what happened, especially the older ones. They witnessed quite a few things themselves. The younger ones, not so much. They were little when I left, but they still had questions just because it was kind of always brought up here and there because that is their father, and they, couldn't believe that he would do something like that.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Today is our 10th annual Walk a Mile in Her Shoes. It is an annual event that happens at Heritage Park, and we invite the community to come down, rally, fundraise, all for the Women and Children Shelter of Barrie.
It's so important for us to have men and women, families, come out and walk the walk. And they're letting the community know that we will not tolerate violence against women anymore.
I'll say the motivating factor of me being here is a very close friend of mine, Angela Hoyt. life was tragically taken in May of 2011 by domestic violence. And it's influenced me to push me to do more, to see what I can for other women so that they don't have to go through domestic violence of any kind, whether it be physical or emotional, and to bring awareness to this cause.
My daughter was murdered in the UK in 2011 by her ex-boyfriend. She was strangled and drowned and left in the bathtub of her home. There's so many people in situations and they're so scared to get out because they feel they have nowhere to go. And I think this is wonderful to have somebody support them.
10 years ago, we would not have had this turnout. Today we've got our local politicians, so many dignitaries, media personalities that come out because everyone realizes the importance of the issue. In some way, everyone is touched by violence against women, either yourself personally or someone that you know. And that's really reflective of the amount of people that want to come out and support our shelter.
Let's give ourselves a round of applause for doing it, You know, most of us made it with all 10 toes.
All right, is everybody back?
The Women and Children's Shelter has helped me huge. They have been a godsend to me. I probably wouldn't be where I am right now if it wasn't for them. Like, I mean, as in housing and support, getting myself and getting my children the help that we need, and for myself, getting out into the world again and being brave enough to even think about going back to school or think about going back to work, even just giving myself that confidence that I had lost. And I felt like I had lost myself for a long time, and now I actually feel more at peace, more at ease, and every day is looking better than yesterday's. So
I honestly came back with nothing but my suitcase, my 1-year-old son, and pregnant with my second child. And I needed resources and I needed assistance. I didn't know where to go. I had nothing. The Women and Children's Shelter had really wonderful resources to help you with the aftercare and the counseling, and to help you with realizing that it's not your fault, and to help you with various resources to be able to get your stability again.
Oh, they've been tremendous. Like, I wouldn't be where I am today if it weren't for them.
We have an emergency shelter where women can come in and they can stay for a few months if needed, and we'll help them to get back on their feet. We have a children's program where we support the kids. We also have outreach services, counseling, court support, and that is really for women who are continuing their journey to heal from the trauma that they've experienced.
I would tell women that are in an abusive relationship now to just, I know it's hard, but just to reach out. If you're in Barrie, the Women and Children's Shelter is a wonderful place to reach out. But there are other places too. You can just call a crisis line, speak with a counselor, just do whatever you can to tell someone your story and to get help, because there's so much help out there and you deserve it, you're worth it.
Make the phone call. Call the shelter, find out what your options are, talk to an expert. Like, as much as we turn to our friends, like, these people, this is their job day in and day out. They understand more than you know, and just give them the chance to help you.
A person in a healthy relationship cannot understand the dynamics of a very unhealthy one. Like, they just don't get it. Bones heal, bruises fade, but this is all about who you are, and that takes a long time.
I just want other women to know that they can be strong again, and they can be brave, and they can do all the things that they want to do.
The Shannon today is not the Shannon of 20 years ago. And in fact, I'll finish up by saying I will never, ever put myself in that situation again, whether financially, whether emotionally, or anything, and I know my self-worth. And when I look in the mirror, it's not an ego, but it's a quiet confidence that I'm worth something.
My children are finally in a place of feeling at peace and feeling safe. They're flourishing as human beings. They make me proud every day. We have a home, a roof over our head. I've learned what I deserve in a relationship, and I have found a partner that I am so in love with, that just supports me in everything, and understands me, and is kind.
I feel very confident. I'm doing things that I love now. I do my art, and I have an art and jewelry business, and I enjoy going to different events the Women and Children's Shelters put on. I just feel confident now that I can go forward and be happy, and I know how to take care of myself, and that's been really important.
I'm positive. I plan on going to school. Hopefully I'll be starting in September, getting myself out again into the real world. My future, I'd love to get us a house and with a yard, and get us out of this apartment building and housing, and make sure the kids are well taken care of.
I really enjoy helping out, helping people. Like that just, I love giving of my time. And now that I'm retired, I've got a lot to give. There is life after abuse, and I'm trying to make mine a really good one.
We think it's very important that the community has dialogue about violence against women. We want people to know that we're here, and we want people to talk about this issue, because that is how we will make change happen. When any woman comes forward to tell her story, we're incredibly proud, because that woman is no longer a victim. She is a survivor, and she's thriving, and she feels she wants to tell her story so that other women can be encouraged to leave that abusive relationship.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
You don't take your health seriously.
Do you have diabetes?
Root beer, Mountain Dew, or leftover cheesecake.
Eat fruit, not cake.
You want a croissant for the road?
Yes. No!
Maybe this choir isn't about singing for ourselves. It's about being heard.
Come and see. No, thank you. It's like childbirth. Best to be completely oblivious until it's happening.
I'm Mallory, and I was walking home one night when an impaired driver hit me. He had been overserved in 2 bars before getting behind the wheel. If the servers would have called him a cab instead of serving him more alcohol, my life would be the same as what it used to be. I think servers play the biggest role in keeping us safe, because it's up to them what state the person's in when they leave. Refusing service isn't personal, it's the law.
This is Rogers TV.
welcome to Hitting Home with Mike and Arif. Today's special guest is lawyer Peter Lamprey, and we're going to be talking about some of the interesting things that are happening with regards to buying and selling real estate and some of the legalities involved that have changed as a result of COVID-19. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So I guess right off the bat, I want to ask you, we're 3 months into COVID-19. The business of real estate, it was declared as being an essential service. So HIT's continued on. Your business has continued on as well. But what changes are you seeing that you can think of off the top of your head in processing and closing deals? Is there anything that stands out?
Several things have changed. For example, we have made a number of physical changes to my office, such as installing plexiglass to keep people safe from each other, enforcing social distancing, the use of wipes to wipe down, signing desks and chairs and pens and so on. And also an increase in the number of meetings we have by means of technology such as Zoom and Skype and Google Duo and so on. And so our own office procedures have changed. Also, we have noticed that there have been a number of changes in the way money gets moved. For example, most of the banks have closed several branches so that we are now obliged to send someone to another branch, which means getting in the car and driving. And then standing outside the bank, sometimes for up to an hour and a half, just to get into the bank to transact business.
Right.
Also, we find that moving money around has, as a result, taken longer. And so it has become more of a challenge to get transactions completed in a timely manner.
Mm-hmm.
So
now, Peter, let me ask you a question here. This is an interesting scenario we find ourselves in, where we all would agree the cliche is, I call it a cliche, but it's the reality is that business as usual is out the window. However, the reality at the same time is that there are still transactions that are bound by legal contract. And so any of these challenges that you might face where, quite honestly, for example, where one of the parties in the transaction that are critical to the success of the transaction, for example, a bank which may have imposed its own protocols in place, has that forced your window to turn around the transaction to be longer? Or what happens if you just missed the mark and now you're in breach of a closing date or a significant milestone? How does that impact all of the players in the transaction?
Well, first of all, yes, it takes longer for us to sometimes receive money from commercial mortgage lenders because they have fewer staff and maybe more staff are working from home. So that's a little less efficient. It takes longer for them to transact business. And we have had one or two cases where we did not get money in time in order to complete a transaction. But for the most part, we have found that even though we have had these challenges in getting transactions closed on the day scheduled for it, we've been able to do it, number one, but in cases where we haven't, people have been very, very understanding and patient, and people have been prepared to extend a closing date for a day or two, depending upon the needs of the time. And so I have not had any transactions not close as a result of the changes in the economy and in procedures due to COVID-19.
Let me ask you this question. Let me just jump in, and then Michael, I know you've got something that you want to get out. Real quick though, you said people have been understanding, people have been empathetic, if you will, to the reality. What about these institutions that we always recognize are the slowest to adapt, or they're very slow to position themselves? Have you struggled with the institutions themselves? And I don't need you to name names, but in general, have the institutions been slow to react, or are they sort of been like, nope, this is the way we're going to do things, and we're not budging from our policy, and we don't care that we're missing your closing date?
We haven't found much of that, Arif, when it comes to financial institutions. Yes, they have changed their procedures, and I'm talking now about the local branches of the charter banks, trust companies, and credit unions. We also recognize that the people on the front line at those places are struggling too, and they are doing their best to make sure that we get things done. We've actually had meetings, I think some of the other law firms have had as well, with some of the local branch managers to discuss ways in which they could improve their service. And so far, with those discussions have had a very, very sympathetic ear. How much change they are able to do institutionally, we don't know. We have found that some institutions have been much better than others at reacting to the new reality. And even if we do return to a state of no pandemic, I do think that some of the changes that we've seen implemented in the banks and other places will remain in the foreseeable future. But to get back to your earlier point about what happens when a transaction doesn't close as a result of the movement of money, well, a party is entitled to say that a deadline is a deadline is a deadline. And if a party does not meet a closing deadline, they are in breach of contract. And the consequences of that are potentially very serious and could involve lawsuits. But as I had also said, we haven't seen anybody take a hard line when it comes to a situation like that. Everybody knows that we need to get the deals done, even if it's not on time. So that's very encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I mean we're seeing the flow continue on the residential side of real estate, but the commercial side is taking more of a hit, and I'm thinking in particular with regards to leases. And I know that the government has come forward with a number of programs. There's certainly a lot of confusion. My wife works with a lot of for a commercial real estate property management company. They're trying to make heads and tails of a lot of the things that are coming forward from the government. One of the key things is understanding the difference between deferral and forgiveness with regards to rents, because let's face it, a lot of companies just aren't able to make the rents right now. Right. What would you have to add to that? Are you involved in any commercial things? Are you seeing anything as a result of this? That's
and Peter, I'm gonna let you gather your thoughts and put a great answer to that together. We're gonna go to break real quick, and when we come back, Mike, a quick refresher on the question, and Peter, jump right in to addressing that issue. Stick with us and hitting home with Mike and Arif on Rogers TV, Barrie.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Coldwater was the perfect town to host a steampunk festival because it already is a steampunk village. We have the historic grist mill, stone library, we have the authentic historic main street, and we actually are the only festival that takes an entire village and steampunks it for a day. Steampunk is Victorian industrial or retro futurism, all based in a spirit of fun and play. There seems to be an abundance of local artists and very, very creative people in an idyllic, authentic, historic village.
The Matthews House Hospice Bucket List Lottery is now on. Time is running out. The grand prize draw is on July 1st. Tickets available online at mhh5050.ca and throughout South Simcoe. What's on your bucket list?
And welcome back to Hitting Home with Mike and Arf. And our guest is Peter Lamprey, a real estate lawyer in Barrie. Peter, Mike had a great question for you about the commercial transaction. Take it away, Mike.
Yeah, with regards to commercial and even residential rental transactions, those two terms, deferral and forgiveness, seem to be getting a little combobulated with one another. And even with regards to some of the incentives and programs that are coming forward from the government, I was just hoping you could put a little bit of clarity on the difference between the two with regards to being a renter.
Sure. A deferral of rent is nothing more than a loan by the landlord to the tenant of the amount of rent that is not being paid immediately. And whether or not that deferral carries with it a deferral charge, which would be effectively interest on the loan or not, is between the parties. A forgiveness, of course, is just that. The landlord does not collect the rent at all. Hopefully, they have made a calculation that it is better in the long run to take a little bit of hopefully short-term pain in order to preserve that tenancy relationship.
Yeah. So Peter, I mean, I think it's incumbent upon everybody involved in what's going on to recognize and be compassionate that, there are people who are challenged. There are people who are suffering both from the perspective of the tenant or people in their personal lives and their residences. They may have lost their job or they may be on an unemployment insurance. So too, quite possibly is the landlord. Not all landlords are large public corporations and massive conglomerations with, seemingly endless amounts of cash reserves. Some of them are mom and pop landlords as well. I think you highlight a very important point, though. A deferral is not forgiveness. When times come back to the new normal, whatever that may be, you now owe both your current rent and the rent that is in arrears. And that can also impact your credit in terms of being able to acquire or access future financing, because at the end of the day, it's still a note on your file at the time of discharge or a mortgage information statement that said you missed 2, 3, 4 months of rent.
That's true.
Things to consider. Yes.
And the rent may become due at a time when the tenant has not been able to return to a normal level of business and may not be able to afford to pay back that fairly substantial amount of money, which I imagine it would be in most cases.
I think it's fair to say, though, that we haven't seen COVID before, but from your professional experience, is there an example that you can relate to where there has been a deferral where you've seen sort of an outcome that wasn't necessarily as anticipated?
I haven't seen anything like that in my practice, but I can fully expect that a tenant faced with that, a commercial tenant faced with that, may simply decide to shut their doors and declare bankruptcy. For a residential tenant, that's not necessarily an option. Everybody needs a roof over their head.
And I think that the protections are significantly higher from a court's perspective, protecting that everybody needs a roof over their head. So there's a lot more forgiveness or opportunity to redeem. Mike, sorry, I cut you off earlier, though. Go ahead.
No problem. And it's a long road to recover, and it'll require some compassion and some of that forgiveness for sure. I wanted to ask you a more general question, and this is almost more as a business person yourself, Peter, than as a lawyer. But you've seen, and we've all seen, I've seen our industry shift more towards technology, doing a lot more things online. Certainly COVID-19 has put the pressure on us to utilize that technology. I'm just curious to hear your opinion on whether or not going forward, this is something we'll revert back to where we were, or is this a pivotal point we've now moved into a whole different era and maybe just with regards to your industry, do you see changes coming about technologically as a result of COVID-19?
Those changes are here now, and we are not going to go back to the way it was. To some degree, there will be a reversion to what we used to consider normal, but the tide has turned, and you are going to see law firms rely on technology for virtual meetings much more on a going forward basis.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you there. I think that we are going to, well, first and foremost, there's another area of my life where we talk about technology on a daily basis. And the fact of the matter is that you mentioned, you used the word earlier, Peter, inevitable. And the fact of the matter is that whether it was COVID or whether it was something else, the fact of the matter is that companies and people and professionals embracing technology and embracing the virtual commute was inevitable. It just so happened that COVID was the catalyst. The fact of the matter is that there are some of us who have been in our practices longer than others who got used to or accustomed or didn't feel like evolving with the times. I think it's important, though, to stipulate that going virtual does not mean a decrease in level of service. We're proving right now that we can be very personable with each other. We can see each other's body language. We can read each other's tone of voice. We can make sure that the documents are signed digitally. Just because we're going to increase or utilize technology more, would you agree that the personal touch is still going to be as relevant as ever?
Well, I think it's always going to be important, Arif, because humans are social creatures, and we depend upon the feedback that we get when we meet with someone. And although you can, I think, with technology, achieve that with most types of sort of feedback you get from another person, eye contact, body language, the tilt of a head. Still, I think there will always be a place for physical meetings. So we're not, as I said, going to go back to the way we were. There will be much more of these virtual meetings, but I think that there will always be a need for those physical meetings face-to-face in the same airspace. And I find that is the case not just with any particular age group. One might say that seniors are more inclined to want to revert to the old ways, but my experience has been that that's not the case. I'm finding a level of comfort right across the board with meetings by technology, and a lot of people who are, say, in their 20s and 30s, who are just as resistant to technology as people in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. So
I love it.
We will always.
I'm sorry. There's a bit of a delay there. I'm talking over you. I love that you said that, and I think we all know for a fact that the seniors have been the second fastest group, if not the fastest group, to embrace technology and social media. We got to go to a break real quick. We'll be right back with Peter Lamprey, real estate lawyer in Barrie, on Hitting Home with Mike and Arif on Rogers TV. Don't go away.
What kind of show do you want to see on Rogers TV? What interests you? Log on to rogerstv.com, fill out a show proposal, and tell us about your segment idea. We want to know what you want to see. Rogers TV, only on Rogers.
September 20th, 2007.
January the 9th, 2003. December 14th, 2013.
On August the 13th, 2009, Dr. Ian McGilvray and his team saved my life.
Too many people die every year waiting for an organ donation. Please, let's eliminate the wait list.
As an organ donor, you can save up to 8 lives and enhance the lives of 75 others. Pledge a gift to life. You'll be glad you did.
Good evening, 007.
Tell me what you know, James Bond.
You light the fuse on any explosive situation?
Got your attention.
007 license to kill. Is this really what you want? Living in the shadows? Always alone?
I don't stop to think about it.
And we're back on Hitting Home with Mike and RF on Rogers TV. Barrie, Mike, we've got a fantastic guest, Peter Lamprey, real estate lawyer. Peter, I'm going to ask you a legal question, and I don't know how you're going to answer it. We're in an area where, as we talked about, a lot of virtual meetings and a lot of hands-off meetings, but one of the cornerstones or where a lender finds security is in being able to have an appraisal and being able to hold the appraisal company accountable for the quality or the accuracy of the report. And in today's age, many of our appraisals are going to either desktop only, or if the appraiser is showing up, it's more of a drive-by, and some appraisers are handing Ziploc bags with cameras in them through the door or leaving it on the doorstep with an instruction over the phone to the client to say, go take pictures of all of your rooms and hand that back out the door. Yep. My question is, what does that do in the relationship of a bank being able to hold the appraiser accountable for the accuracy of the appraisal? And, what happens if this goes to court?
Excellent question. Not a simple answer, but I will try. The appraiser themselves has to be comfortable enough with that kind of approach because they are, after all, putting their reputation on the line to the lender. I would like to see any appraiser who wants to take that approach to making at least part of their analysis remote or virtual, posted on their website, in their literature, and it would be advisable for them to make sure that any lender who proposes to rely on the appraisal is comfortable with that kind of approach. So having said that, the appraiser themselves is taking, I guess, the risk of any lack of detail, diligence, or professionalism in the approach. But I think that as long as they are comfortable with the results and they also make it clear that some parts of the appraisal may have to be redone if the lender is not comfortable with it, then although appraisals may take longer and maybe your financing condition periods are going to have to be longer in transactions than they were before, I think they'll still get the job done.
So I think what I'm going to ask you then is, I'm assuming that there's a whole bunch of disclaimers in the documentation or in the report that says something along the lines of ... to the best of the appraiser's ability, or ... to the best of our knowledge, we used the best information that was reasonably available. And at some point, it's up to the lender to assume that risk.
Well, some lenders will not feel comfortable in accepting that kind of disclaimer because they want the appraiser to essentially underwrite the information that the lender is relying on. So disclaimers will only go so far, and there are many court cases over the years over what is and is not an effective disclaimer. And we have seen that kind of issue arise with home inspections as well.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Mike, I'm going to break protocol here. I'm going to ask you a question. Peter made a comment that I think is very relevant, and that is it might be up to the real estate professionals, I'm paraphrasing, to ensure that there is a longer condition of finance date, not just the standard 5-day turnaround time, because certain things may take longer. How likely is it for that to happen in your side of the industry?
Well, we're seeing it, and I have to say we were even seeing it prior to COVID-19 because there's been many changes with the whole lending process over the last couple of years that have required a little more time in order to exercise all the checks and appraisals and approvals. And so we've gone from the standard 5-day to many realtors asking for 7 days. And built into that is always the opportunity on that day of, you may go to your realtor and say, I'm just not ready. Put an amendment in there and ask for an additional period of time to close. More often than not, the other side is going to give you that additional time if it's reasonable, a day or two. But you run the risk that maybe there's a backup offer waiting there and they'll let the deal die. and jump to that. Maybe they were just waiting for that opportunity because a better offer was promised after the fact. So,
Mike, I think you'd banked a question in the back, though. We've got about less than 2 minutes. Why don't you get it out there real quick?
I just wanted to ask Peter more of a, I guess it would be more of a general question. Certainly the level of caution and diligence within my industry has been raised as a result of COVID-19. And we touched on some of the concerns and cautions from a legal standpoint. There's a number of cautions and concerns that revolve around real estate during COVID-19. But I just want to ask you the question, Peter, in light of all of that, would you tell the people watching here today that they should maybe step away and wait till another time to make a purchase or sale? Or are you comfortable telling them that proceed, but with that caution and diligence?
59 seconds, Peter. The floor is yours, sir.
All righty. I didn't catch every word that Mike said, but I can say that I would not advise a client to decide to wait until another time, until everything is blown over, if they need to list or they need to buy, as long as they are taking appropriate precautions to make sure that visitors to their home airspace wear masks, wash up frequently, and respect social distancing. I think that business can still be transacted.
Mike, I think that that's a great way. Yeah, responsibly. I think seek the advice of a lawyer, a good lawyer, get good counsel from a realtor, get good counsel from your mortgage broker, your financial advisor. Exercise due diligence, make sure your ducks are in order, don't get yourself caught, don't do knee-jerk reactions. That's what I'm hearing from you, and the rest, the market and the professionals will ensure your safe safe execution of the transaction. We're out of time, but Peter, as always, we love having you on the show. Thank you for providing fair and level guidance and feedback. But we look forward to having you back again to see what kind of a recap over the next couple of months on how COVID plays out. But I want to thank you for being on, Mike, Hitting Home with Mike and RF here.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Our son is one.
My father was one.
I am one. Are you one?
If you want to do anything in television, here's the best place to do it because they're very hands-on. You see what goes on in the community that you might not normally see. They're people from our community, so they know and they have a heart for our community to step outside of our comfort zone and do more and learn more and take the opportunities, and then you can grow and use it. My name is Paul Bates, and I'm a volunteer at Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV. Barrie.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
I've had a dream for a long time about the place where there's nothing but big trophy pike. You know, I think I found it. And you know the best thing about this? It's on a budget. I'm Bill Spicer. This is the new Fly Fisher.
The new Fly Fisher has been made possible thanks to GoFishingOntario.com, Ontario Sunset Country Tourism Association, Orvis Sporting Traditions,
Without question, if you want to catch huge pike, you must come to Ontario. Best of all, there's no problem finding a place to fish without crowds. Speaking of no crowds, this brings to mind Onaman River Resort. This drive-to destination is located on the Onaman River, just 30 miles north of Jellicoe, Ontario. Situated in the heart of the Canadian Shield, the Onaman River empties into beautiful western Lake Nipigon. Resort owner Rob Lindsay will be hosting us. Career nurse but fishing enthusiast Andrew Bunker will be our guide for the week. World-class pike fishing can be found in the many bays and shorelines of Nipigon. In keeping with a budget, we decided we will camp on one of the many islands on the lake. In order to be successful at pike fishing, you must first understand the characteristics of the pike and how they feed. Pike identify an approaching prey with its excellent sense of sight and smell. This is combined with its lateral line and receptor pores in its head. With these senses, the pike can determine the direction and speed of the approaching prey. Pike primarily feed by ambushing their prey, and only when the unwary bait enters its field of attack will it lunge forward at lightning speed. These fish rarely miss their target. However, if an attack proves unsuccessful, the pike will seldom pursue its prey. It simply returns to its post and will wait for another opportunity. Oh, and he grabbed it. Oh my God. That was a fish too. This thing grabbed it right on the top. My goodness. Oh, this calls for a popper. It really does. And another good sized fish. That was an incredible strike. The two of them come at it at once, but that one come out of nowhere and grabbed it when it was near the top. Oh, that was, wow, I'm shaking right now. He's rolled up on me.
Big fat fish, Bill.
Are you gonna try that by hand? Oh my goodness, this is, I'm not saying much, folks, because I'm concentrating. This is a huge, huge pike. Lake Nipigon pike.
Ah, that is a fat, fat fish. Look at that head.
Outstanding!
Oh my goodness.
Outstanding!
Nice
Outstanding!
job.
Oh my God!
Oh, he's not done fighting.
No. Oh my goodness. Now, what do you think of that, folks? 44.5 inches. They're all over in this back bay. They're all over. And we're sight fishing for them. This is unbelievable. When coming to Onamans to fish pike, they're not really fussy. So I've brought a bunch of minnow baits that I know in the past have proven productive for me. Minnow patterns here with chartreuse in them, they seem to like. Red and white bunny leech. That really works well everywhere. Oranges with lots of flash, they love it. And of course, your perch patterns. For a bright sunny day, I kind of like this. It's a minnow pattern. It's got a bit of a rattle in it, but it's got lots of flash. And another minnow pattern that I got here is red, green, and white. For some reason, pike like them. Now, if you want some extreme fun, bring yourself some poppers. These are tarpon poppers. They're made of styrofoam, and they got a single hook on them, but the pike love them. They move a lot of water. I got them in black and white, green and white, red and white. Pike like red and white. And the one that worked the best for me on this trip was a bumblebee colored. It was incredible. They just crushed this. And don't forget, if you tie yourself up some deer hair. Anything large that's going to move a lot of water is what you want. Now, a must when pike fishing is knottable wire bite tippet. These pike will bite you off in a second. You'll lose a whole lot of flies. But you must have this if you want to be successful. It comes in 20-pound, 30-pound, and 40-pound. I found the 20-pound really works well. I haven't really had a need to go any heavier, but that doesn't mean I might one day need to. So I always have 3 spools of this with me.
One.
Take it. Yes, he's turned on it. He's right, and he, yeah. Oh my. Got to keep a tight line on him. Oh, and he let go. Now that's the one problem with single and barbless. And what happens, and I live with it because it's single barbless. The pike will come and grab the fly, and instead of hitting it this way, the fly gets turned that way. And he'll hold it in his mouth for a certain amount of time, then it finally works its way out without actually grabbing. That is the one problem. But I'm okay with that. There's so many fish here, I know I'm going to do well.
Introducing the McLaren 50/50, an online raffle in support of the not-for-profit McLaren Arts Centre. This monthly draw is organized with the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation, giving you a chance to win big. www.mac5050.com.
Shaggy and Scooby were taken?
Yeah. This blue light came down from the sky and beamed them up.
Maybe this can lead us to our culprit. Jinkies!
This isn't about some guy in a rubber mask.
I would have gotten away with this if it weren't for you meddling.
This is about one of us.
The Matthews House Hospice Bucket List Lottery is now on. Time is running out. The grand prize draw is on July 1st. Tickets available online at mhh5050.ca and throughout South Simcoe. What's on your bucket list?
Onaman River Resort offers fully equipped housekeeping cabins ranging in size from 4 to 10 beds. Cabins have newly remodeled interiors, mostly in pine, as well as handcrafted log furniture. Cabins have full kitchens with ample dining space, full-size electric fridges, gas ranges with ovens, and contain all the necessary cookware, dishes, cutlery, etc., as well as towels and bedding. All cabins have full washrooms and shower facilities. I saw him just at the last minute. Oh my, oh, and he let go. Well, that happens. I'm single barbless. That happens. I'm okay with that. Wow, that's exciting. That is exciting. Oh. Yeah. Small one, though. It wasn't the one that I wanted. There's a bigger one there. Oh, and a nice jump. You don't get that very often. Actually, for a popper fish, it's pretty good. But it was definitely smaller than the fish that I was shooting for, and that fish moved too.
He's not done running around yet either. We can work up and down here for a while, and then we'll...
Look at how thick he is.
I say, they're railroad ties.
I'm looking for that Mr. 50. Not bad. Now, how do you like that? For a popper. And now that's the small fish that hit. That's the small fish. That's unreal.
Good fish.
Oh, yep, already one cast with the minnow pattern. I was on with a popper and having some fun, but I want a really big fish. The smaller ones were coming up for that, but this one's not bad at all. Got to try to keep tension on them and wind up my line at the same time to get all these fish are so big. You got to get them on the reel. You don't stand a chance if you're just trying to hand bomb them in. As you can see, look, he's pulling out the drag. One thing pike like to do is they like to wrap up, they roll. There we go.
Just rolled them back perfect.
Boy, another good 34, 36-inch fish. And barbless hooks.
Keep the hair on that fly.
Yeah.
Another short stubby.
Yeah, look how thick they are, though. All right. I'm having such a good time. We've been fishing an hour. An hour. This is crazy. We keep getting big fish. And we haven't been able to make it over because of all the big fish we're getting.
Oh, that's another tank.
It's a tank.
Watch the motor.
Yeah. Oh God, look at the size of it.
Big fish. Wow.
And he hit it near the top.
Oh, anchor's taking over. Oh my goodness, Bill.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Good for another run.
He might be a while.
Yeah, he's still pretty green. She's pretty green. Big fish like this are always, in the pike family, they're always the females. The males are smaller. So if you get a fish that's over 40 inches, it's female. Really, that's surprising. Yeah. Our camp, if you look across, that's where we're camping. And there's our boat. So we went 30 seconds out in the water, and you have this kind of fishing.
So you got a 40 already. This is a 40 plus. I got 40 this morning.
I got a 44. Yeah.
44.
This one's probably rivaling that.
Plus. Yeah. They're just here, and big fish stick together, man.
Yeah.
All right. Pull hard to me. Oh my goodness, man, he's got energy.
Yeah, this should be good.
Yeah.
He's getting ready to turn on his side. Ouch. Outstanding.
Another big pike. Are you having fun yet?
I am having just a great time. I think that fly is probably out.
That fly is out. Okay. That is.
Look at that fish. Look at that fish. Look at it. It's this wide across the back. My goodness, look at that. Wow. That is a gator. That is a gator. There we go. And right down, and she'll go down and sulk. And just take it easy and get back her strength. But oh boy.
Have you had enough yet?
Let's go around to that other bay.
We can come back to this one anytime.
Oh my God. I can't believe this. This is unreal. When trying to locate pike, you must think structure. This structure may be an underwater hump, the edge of a weed line, a felled tree, an isolated rock, or anything man-made, such as a dock. Today, we found active fish in the rocks that were adjacent to deep water. When the temperature is warm, pike will hold in the deep water and only venture into the shallow water structure to feed in the morning and the evening when temperatures are cooler. We'll be right back after these messages.
When I felt scared, United Way had my back. 5 years ago, I was a stay-at-home mom with 4 children, including one with special needs, and I was facing divorce. I needed a job fast and to figure out how to help my kids and myself through a difficult transition as gently as possible. With United Way funding, my kids were matched with mentors who provided guidance, attention, and a listening ear, which helped as I dealt with legal details and took job preparation classes. Now I see myself as a successful single mom who taught my kids how to become better, not bitter. My name's Kim, and donations to United Way Simcoe Muskoka helped change my life. Thank you.
Most people living with it don't even know they have it. I'm Alex Lifeson. My family, like many of yours, has dealt with the conditions that cause kidney disease. If you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or a family member with kidney disease, you are at risk. If you are overweight or over 50, you are at risk. And certain ethnic groups are also at higher risk. Please talk to your family doctor and have your kidney function checked regularly.
Ottoman River Resort not only offers top-notch accommodations, but also provides services such as boat and canoe rentals, along with guide and charter service on a 22-foot cabin cruiser. Species you can target are brook trout, pike, lake trout, and walleye. To ensure you get the time you desire, book your cabin at least 6 months in advance. I'm using a fairly aggressive retrieve this time. These pike are extremely active, so no subtlety here. I'm ripping it pretty much, just like this. Like rather than a straight pull, you always give it a jerking motion. But I'm fairly fast. Oh, when I just had one come at it, I pulled out the fly too fast. I'm looking for rocks. I'm looking for crevices, anywhere where I think a fish can hide. I see some rocks over there. Fully expect something here. Got a lot of rocks around here. Oh, and he grabbed it. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get him on the reel. He come out of nowhere. Oh, and he's pulling us around. This is they call it a Mexican standoff.
I'm just going with it. Get us out of the shallow.
Now, you know it's a big fish. He's just doing what he wants. There's nothing I can do but to just hold on for dear life. Oh, he's upset with me. Or she is upset with me. I keep saying he, but it's a she. I can tell you that right now, it's a big fish. This is crazy. This is so good. It's such a good time. Oh, here she comes.
Geez, that is another big fish. Whitefish fries.
Whitefish fries, speckled trout. That's why these fish are so big. Oh my goodness. Boy, oh boy.
Your workers. Oh, that is another big fish. Wow.
Another big fish.
Oh, yeah. You're really beating them up.
Wow.
Nice.
Another 40 anyways.
Yeah.
Think you can get it by hand? There you go.
It's just easier than dealing with the net.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Nice one, Bill.
Look at that. Look at that. Now, it's not quite as big as I thought, but look at how thick. Turn it over on the side and let the camera see how thick it is across the back.
Yeah.
These are some majorly healthy fish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
They're good.
Wow. And away it goes. All right. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Oh, wow.
We fought our way through Italy and then headed for Amsterdam, sweeping for Germans along the way. Our worst fear was to catch a bullet in these last hours of the war.
I was 15 when the Nazis invaded the Netherlands. More than 100,000 Dutch Jews never came home. Our men were put into forced labor. By 1945, we were starving. The food drops gave us hope. And then, the Canadians came.
Before Amsterdam, I couldn't have explained why we were there, all those years away from home. But the Dutch showed us why it mattered.
Papa wanted me to bring some soldiers home to thank them personally. And that's when I first saw Wilf. And I invited him over that afternoon.
Marguerite Blaise married Lieutenant Wilf Gildersleeve. They moved to Vancouver, where they raised 8 children. Today, the Dutch still remember the Canadians who liberated them.
You're operating, Doc.
My brother dies, I'm gonna kill you.
I'm scared.
Get out of here, now. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna fight him.
He was a sociopath, completely in control. He said that wherever I went, he would find me.
Show yourself! Come on!
There you are.
The camp we chose was on an island with a nice breeze, which kept insects down to a minimum. There are many such islands on Lake Nipigon. Wildlife you might have a chance of seeing are black bears, bald eagles, osprey, moose, and of course loons. Big fish.
You gotta do something about this big fish yet. Let's try her again. I don't know if that's working.
Hey, big fish run, they gotta let them run.
I was trying to run to Lake Superior, though.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
What are we dealing with here?
About a 40, not a big.
Yeah, just a 40.
Just a 40.
Could you stop casting at those? Jeez. Seriously have to wonder how many fish are just laying right there. It's just nonstop. So I can see that hook is bare again. Come here, let me tickle your chin. Here we go.
Good man. going east. And there he goes. Whoa, that was a feisty fish.
Going for this big fish.
Okay, now something that's going to happen that doesn't happen very often. My cameraman's going to get the fish because I've had a great day. Our time for this week is up. Got to break camp as we're leaving. That was probably the best pike fishing I ever had in my entire life. I want to thank Rob Lindsay of Onaman River Resort for hosting us and Andrew Bunker for guiding us. For more information on this show and others in our series, visit us on the web at thenewflyfisher.com. From all of us here at The New Fly Fisher, thanks for joining us. Tight lines, and we'll see you next time.
The New Fly Fisher has been made possible thanks to Ontario Sunset Country Tourism Association, GoFishingOntario.com, Orvis Sporting Traditions,
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
There's a tremendous artistic community in Simcoe County that impacts a great deal on my paintings. Part of being an artist is looking a little bit differently and thinking, you know, I could crop that out, I could change that a little bit, and that would be a good painting. The land and the trees and all of that lends inspiration and to my process. But then I also have traditional paintings, portraits and things like that.
What kind of show do you want to see on Rogers TV? What interests you? Log on to rogerstv.com, fill out a show proposal, and tell us about your segment idea. We want to know what you want to see. Rogers TV, only on Rogers.
Do you have something to share? Let everyone know about your next meeting, your need for volunteers, or your fundraising event on the Rogers TV Community Billboard. Send us your words and we'll bring them to life on Rogers TV and rogerstv.com. When it's time to spread the word, go to rogerstv.com to add your announcement to the community billboard.
This is Rogers TV. Barrie.
Hi everyone and welcome to Real Life Talks. I'm your host Yvonne Heath, author of the book Love Your Life to Death and founder of the I Just Showed Up movement. So I am so excited to have Jill Hewlett joining me today. Jill and I met a few years ago now, And ironically, on our first Skype Real Life Talk show, we had Elke Schultz, who wrote the book Anxiety Warrior, and I had contributed a chapter, and so did Jill Hewitt. And that's where we met. And I was absolutely just so taken with your message and your knowledge. And I love just saying groundbreaking neuroscience and inspired common sense still shows you how to achieve your fit brain and fit life. And the fit brain part is what I am just so passionate about, learning more and realizing that our brain's kind of something we ignore. So welcome, Jill. I'm so glad you're here. Tell us everything you know about brain fit, how we get a fit brain.
Thank you, Yvonne. It's great to spend this time with you. And I'm so happy we met at that event and through the Anxiety Warrior project and book several years ago now. And I'm always happy to talk about brain fitness because brain fitness, the essence of it is creating a fit brain, which is so important. And when we put into place the strategies, the tools, the education to create a fit brain, we inevitably create a more fit life as well. So the benefits are far-reaching, and it relates to every brain of every age and stage of life.
Yes, and it is so interesting because especially at this time, we always need a fit body, we always need a fit brain. In this time, as we're recording the show, we have this global pandemic, we have COVID-19. This has been going on for months now, and people are feeling very stressed. People are feeling mentally unhinged, and we need to learn more and more tools to get back to our center, right? And so tell us how we go about doing that.
Yes, I'm happy to. And it relates to, like you said, life at any time. And especially right now, because stress has a really negative impact on our brain functioning. What I like to show people is a sphere. I have this expandable sphere, and this is the mini version, so it can fit on our screens. But normally when I go to events, as you've seen before, I have a really, really big one. But the idea is that when we're operating from stress, we're in a very limited portion of our brain. And when we become aware of this and we implement some really actually cost-effective, time-saving strategies, we can move into our whole brain potential. And if people can see that this expandable sphere is much larger, there's far more resources, there's far more potential, there's far more balance and connectivity. And so we become more confident, more capable, and then we approach situations in a better way, which inevitably leads to better results. So, mitigating stress is really actually the first step in the process of creating a fit brain and a fit life. And then, once we've kind of got used to doing that and we're implementing daily strategies to reduce stress and keep us functioning in a more balanced, optimal place, then we can be more strategic. It's only then that we can start to optimize ourselves or even more effectively move towards some really special goals. But the first step, of course, is dealing with the stress.
Mm-hmm. What I love the most about your teaching and your approach to it, well, first of all, you have positive energy and you exude happiness. So of course, when people meet you, said, I want to be more like Jill. But you also teach it in a very understandable way for all ages. That sphere, that shrinking sphere and expanding really just spoke to me. And what I love is children can get that. That's a great visual for people of all ages. And we can start learning or teaching these all of these skills to children, can we not?
Absolutely. And, the younger we have these tools, the better. And the cool thing is that at any stage, we can get into the driver's seat and start taking the reins and become more empowered and more educated. And what I love telling people is that we are always doing it anyway. We're always sculpting our brain. So why not do it strategically? Like, for better or for worse, intentionally or unintentionally, strategically or not, you are impacting your cognition, your brain health, and your whole body mind system. So why not do it well? Why not do it better? Why not have some tricks and tools, but of course, the younger you can do it, the better. But at every age and stage, even the aging seniors who I have who attend my workshops benefit, because everybody can tap into what's called neuroplasticity, which is working with the malleability, the change ability, adaptability of your brain. And it's been scientifically proven that we can grow more brain cells throughout our entire lifespan. And we can also create new connections between those brain cells, which creates new networks. So the two terms there that are really useful for people to know are neuroplasticity, changing the brain, and synaptogenesis, making new links and connections and networks. And so this is something that's available to all of us. We're doing it anyway, so why not do it strategically?
Well, I love that. And correct me if I'm wrong. There was a time where we thought our brain was our brain and we couldn't, right? We couldn't change it. So you were just stuck with your brain, however it was. And this neuroplasticity, it gives everyone hope, everyone, that you can change, you can rewire. People think, if they've had trauma or grief and they're stuck or they don't know how to cope with stress, they feel like, oh, well, this is just me. And that's not so. We can change things at any age. That's very exciting.
It really, really is. And you're bang on, because it was only a few decades ago that scientists believed that the brain was set in stone and you couldn't change it. You couldn't create new brain cells. You were stuck with your IQ, your behaviors, your way of thinking, your results. And that put people into a really small box. And the reality is there's so much more possible. And thankfully, we have the science now to prove it. And so people can, at every age and stage of life, improve themselves, whether it's physically, mentally, emotionally, or functionally. And the reality is because everything's so connected, when you work on one area, the other areas improve too. So I like to make the brain the cornerstone project, because it's the CEO of our life anyway, and it does affect all those other areas. So it gives the people a point of focus and an area that they can kind of start to master or become better at, and then inevitably there's a ripple effect in all areas.
Oh my goodness, I love that so much. And I think another thing that is important to address, and I know that you'll agree, we complicate things, right? Like we think, oh my goodness, the solutions are going to be so complicated. I don't have time. I don't have the money. And I love when I reread your chapter in Anxiety Warrior. I mean, a couple of the things were, like you said, your mom knew, eat your vegetables and go play outside, like drink water. So again, we just think the solutions are just overwhelming and complicated. And that's not true, is it?
You're exactly right. We make it too complex. It's much easier than we think. And our cells we're composed of 50 to 100 trillion cells, right? A huge, huge number. And they know what to do. They know what their job is. We just need to create the right conditions for them to do it well. And we have a large number of neurons, which are the most advanced cell on the planet. And we have 86 billion neurons. It's a large, large number as well. And they also know what to do. They've been here for a long time, since unicellular organisms existed. And so they've come together to work in this fashion to create this human experience. And they know what to do. We just, in certain ways, we need to get out of our own way and then just implement the common sense daily strategies that are going to allow for health to happen, whether that's physical health, emotional health, mental health. And so I could give some other tips, but you were right on the money when you talked about, eating your vegetables, drinking your water, like putting in the right fuel, and then going outside, getting fresh air and getting movement. Like if everyone could commit to those basic principles of fuel in and then going out and activity, exertion, they would see life-changing benefits and results. And then what I like to share, and if you want to go into this at some point, we can. I actually have specific brain activation strategies that are not to replace going for your walk or doing a yoga class or doing your workout, but they're inserted throughout the course of the day to, keep priming your brain and activating it that much more, because, our brain wants to be active, and if we don't use it, we lose it.
Well, and I absolutely want to, I want lots of tips, easy things for people to share. And I just want to go back to two things. And I'm going to say this and it won't be popular, but that's okay. First of all, sometimes common sense is not that common, right? Like we treat our bodies poorly. We feed it horrible junk. We do not move our bodies. We do not think about our brains. And then we wonder why we don't feel well. We wonder, I was a nurse for so many years, and it was very, someone would come in and say, "Oh, nurse, I don't know why I don't feel well." And it's like, well, are you still smoking 3 packs a day? I mean, it's common sense. And so again, in this time, I think that we need to let's get back to prioritizing the basics. Are you eating well, sleeping well, drinking enough water, moving your body, right? Those are, that's just your foundation. Yes. And I also believe as you can share in this time of we have the regular stress of life, and then we have this global grief, as I say, global stress. And so it is an important time to look for those added little tools, little things that you can implement throughout your day. And even when we're on the other side of this, what a wonderful tool, because stress happens, right? Things happen. And I know what you teach is something people can use for their entire lives. So I want to learn everything. I mean, this show is for me. And Yan.
I'm happy to share. And you another great point there. Common sense isn't necessarily practiced. And so the title of my first book is called Common Sense Uncommonly Practiced. So I chose that for a reason. It's not hard to do. It's the consistency of showing up and doing it regularly, like knowing those basic choices and then making them and doing them on a consistent basis. What we do regularly over time is what's going to impact us the most. I mean, that's how we're going to build those new neural networks, is through repetition. So we can't just do it one day and then think that was enough. If someone buys a gym membership but never goes, it's not going to work for them. So it is about showing up and doing it. And at first it's a bit tricky, because it takes, even right now with the pandemic, we're adjusting to so much. Any kind of change is disorienting. It's distracting. And we want to go back to the comfort of those channels, those connections that are already familiar and easy to use and don't require a lot of extra effort. So now, though, what I like to say to people is, during this pandemic, our lives are being changed 180 degrees anyway. So what better time than now to make the changes you've always wanted to make? I think it's an ideal time. I mean, in the sense that, yes, it's stressful, but if not now, when? Especially, when people have to be kind of in isolation or keeping distance. And so they are spending more time at home on the home front. And so this is, I think, a really great time to reevaluate our habits and put new ones into place. And so I could share a few brain activation strategies that people can do at home. And then they can do them really anywhere, anytime for that matter. And I invite them to try these also with their kids. And, when I go out and give presentations, I basically create the content based on the amount of time I have. So I do everything from a 1 hour keynote to a half-day training, a full-day training, all the way up to a 3-day certificate course. So this, Yvonne, is the tip of the iceberg. I don't want people to think that this is the extent of it, but it's a great place to start. And there's so much more wonderful information for people if they want to proceed and learn more.
Mm-hmm. Well, and absolutely, and I will absolutely encourage anyone to get your books, have a look at your website, and it's you have a wealth of information. And this is just like the Reader's Digest quick version. It's so important right now, again, more than ever, because not only do we have the added stress, we don't have our regular outlets. Children who were, people who were involved in sports, people who were going to the gym, people, right? We don't have the same outlets. We are called to have more stress and stay home, right? Stay home. And again, for children, and I think even we've just recently heard there are no summer camps. Now, for many children, for many parents, for many staff, that was their light at the end of a long year tunnel, especially even through this COVID-19 situation. I know so many kids, including my own, that was their light. Okay, but we still have camp. And so now we have parents at home who are stressed. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do with my children? We have children at home. They don't know what to do with this, and yet they still don't even have the regular outlets and their regular social connection. So whatever tools that you can share, Jill, I am just so happy that you're able to do that, so that we can, and I encourage people to say, really, don't let the simplicity of this fool you. This stuff works.
Yes, well said. Yes, exactly. And yes, we're going through a dramatic change and looking forward to the summer and outdoors and camps. Camps is a big thing. I was a camp counselor when I was in my younger years. I attended camp as a camper. My daughters loved camp. I really feel for the people. We were just walking through the park the other day and I saw the swimming pool empty. And usually this is the time where we get excited that the local swimming pool would start to fill up with water in about a month, and it's not going to happen. And that we do really need to give ourselves permission to feel the disappointment in these things. We can't override the fact that this is disappointing. There is grief involved here. It is stressful. There's no doubt about it. And then, recognize, okay, what can we do? What solutions can we put into place? And what I recommend for people, to help them kind of move into new possibilities and start to create a new schedule, a new routine, and of course, ultimately new healthy habits, is to start where you're at and to start with something that's really, what's the word I'm looking for? Realistic. So any kind of change you want to make, you want to be able to sustain it. So for example, one thing for sure, drinking more water every day. That's something I've always done. My daughter is starting to, look, you got your water bottle, great. My daughter's decided that that's a new habit that she's going to incorporate, is drinking more water. So there's one thing. Another thing is to go out and have daily walks. Make a commitment to at least one, but challenge yourself to get 2 or even 3. But definitely make an absolute commitment to one 20-minute walk. Walking is a cross-lateral motion that activates the learning and memory center of the brain. So it really primes the area in your brain that will allow you to make new connections and make them more easily. So that's another great thing. And then I say first thing in the morning, anytime throughout the day and before bed, you can do some brain activation strategies. And there's a variety of them for different purposes. So I'll give you a few. One in particular I like for starting my day is an all-over body massage done in just a small area. We're going to massage our ears bit by bit around the rim, and starting at the top with the thumbs to the front, the fingers to the back. And as you do this and you roll out your ear bit by bit, not only does it feel great, it is highly energizing because you're stimulating, like I said, over 400 pressure points. And you just go around your earrings if you're wearing any like I am and like you are. So just go around. And then as you do this, do some nice breathing. And when you have your arms out to the side, open up your chest even. So now, you know, you're more likely to take a bigger breath. You're getting a nice stretch. And of course, you're turning on. Oh my goodness, my earring just fell off. I'm going to take off both of them so the other one doesn't. So, there we go. We needed to have a little blooper here. Okay, so now going around 2, 3, even 4 times, really depends on how much time you have and how long you want to do it. But as you're doing this, you might start to yawn. Oh, that's great. You're getting some air conditioning, some ventilation for the brain, and you're cooling it and you're oxygenating it. When we're in stress, we breathe more shallow. So this is going to remind us and allow for more breathing to occur. It also, actually, interestingly enough, because it creates signaling from your body and your brain to your body and back and forth, you're actually creating a greater mobility. So people report their neck turning ability to be better, which you think, well, what's the big deal with that? It's a huge deal. And why it is when we are on computers and screens too much, we're always looking ahead on our devices. And then with stress, our shoulders start to rise and we start to wire ourselves in this way of being, which when we want to be creative and look at solutions and acknowledge the people and the room and the world around us and be able to be more flexible and agile and mobile in our body, which also affects how flexible and mobile and agile we are in our brain, we need to have mobility. So on that note of mobility, and I said going for walks, if it's raining out or you don't have time to leave your desk, because many people are working from home, juggling their work roles and their roles with parenting roles and homeschooling roles now. If you don't have time for a walk, let's build up on that mobility and keep our brain in a dynamic, active state by doing some cross-lateral motion, opposite hand to opposite leg. This is another brain activity. It can be done sitting down right at your desk or on the couch or at the dining room table. And I highly recommend that when you start to do this, take a moment on various times throughout the day to do it standing up and do it at a regular walking pace right on the spot, and then slow it down and see how slow you go. Because as you go slowly, it's activating something really important, Yvonne, which we must be working on during this time especially, is our balance. Because stress and balance don't coexist. So when you do this slowly, standing up, you are going to become a little wobbly. With practice, you'll get better and stronger, and you'll be activating that vestibular system, which is your balance system, and you are very active doing that, you're mitigating stress because they can't coexist. So that's a wonderful thing. Do that throughout the day, even before you get into bed. People toss and turn before they fall asleep. Usually that's because of stress and because they have been active all day, to have an outlet to release that tension and to process their thinking and their emotions. So another one, last but not least, a really calming activity that I highly recommend people do is and people do it naturally anyway, when they're maybe a little bit stressed or thinking about something, they may rub their forehead. Well, it turns out above each eyebrow and below the hairline, above each eye, we have something called positive points. These points here are connected with our stomach meridian, and they're called neurovascular points. And what they do is when you hold these points, either like this with your fingers or by putting your hand right across, what you do is you create a calming effect in the gut, because when we get stressed, we can feel anxiety or butterflies or anxiousness in our belly area. The other thing it does is it brings blood and oxygen flow up to our frontal lobes. So there, you will also think more clearly and be more calm simultaneously. And you can do it with 2 hands like this or 1 hand across. It's a wonderful thing to do anytime throughout the day when you're feeling stressed or if you're having a hard time falling asleep.
So first of all, I just have to say, wow, at the simplicity. But first, and my ears feel all warm and fuzzy right now. They feel all
Good noticing.
They feel lovely. And this is the cross crawl, is it not? So I can hear my mother saying to me right now, "I told you so," because she told me to do cross crawls, I think 20 years ago, right?
Yes, they come from the Brain Gym menu, thanks to Dr. Paul Dennison, who's one of my longtime friends and mentors. And he is the founder of Educational Kinesiology and Brain Gym. And so a lot of what I share in the integrative movements is inspired or learned through from him, because he's like a forefather in applied neuroscience and taking movements and making them into strategic activities that you can do to activate your brain.
Well, I love this. And I love that I have these three techniques that I am going to implement them in my life, and I'm going to teach my kids. I'm going to show the kids. And I'm so grateful because, like you said, the tools and the suggestions you gave are just simple, and you just incorporate them into your life. It's not, you didn't say anything that was going to cost a fortune. You didn't say anything that was going to take a lot of time. And wow, I am just in awe, Jill. And I knew that this would fly by. How can people get information? Where can they connect with you?
Well, thank you so much, Yvonne, and thank you for being so receptive and then also just engaging in such a great conversation. The time did fly by, and people start with the information we shared, and if you want to learn more, I'd be happy to speak with you directly. If you go to my website, everything's there. It's jillhewlett.com. So www.jillhewlett.com. And there's my social media handles. There's my email. You can actually even download an intro brain guide. So I invite you to come and check it out.
Thank you so much for everything that my brain already feels better, Jill. I'm so excited. And I'm going to get your books. I'm going to go back to your website. Yes, I'm going to expand that brain. Thank you so much. So thanks everyone for joining me today. I'm sure you're very excited to learn about this brain fitness, have a fit brain and a fit life. So needed. And I just can't thank Jill enough. So my call to action, as always, if you want to be empowered and resilient and have a happy life, plan your death, and then just love your life to death. And always bring your own tambourine to the party. Thanks. Bye for now.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media. This is Rogers TV. Barrie.
Introducing the McLaren 50/50, an online raffle in support of the not-for-profit McLaren Arts Centre. This monthly draw is organized with the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation, giving you a chance to win big. www.mac5050.com.
This is Rogers TV.
Welcome to
to another episode of Let's Be Perfectly Queer. I've got a wonderful guest with me today, and I want to make sure that I get all of the very pertinent information on this gentleman's bio read, so bear with me here. Andrew Shambi, also known as Pharmacist Drew, lovingly known as Pharmacist Drew, I should add, is the proud pharmacist owner of the PrEP Clinic, Ontario's only province-wide HIV clinic and pharmacy. Prior to the PrEP Clinic, Andrew had been active in supporting the LGBT community when he began operating his prior pharmacies in Barrie, Ontario, here in Barrie, Ontario, 3 years ago. These locations became the first LGBTQ-focused pharmacies in the region and provided the community with many supportive services and outreach. When he's not breaking down barriers to accessing HIV prevention, Drew is a faculty member of Georgian College, where he teaches future pharmacy professionals and ensures they also learn that LGBTQ inclusion while fighting stigma. These students can then return to their local communities all across the province with this knowledge. Most recently, Drew made pharmacy history by bringing LGBTQ health to the forefront, being featured on the cover of a national pharmacy magazine. Drew regularly creates educational programs and travels the province to educate other healthcare professionals on LGBTQ inclusion in healthcare. Last summer, Drew and a colleague released the first ever guidelines and tools for LGBTQ inclusion in pharmacies across Canada. Most recently, they published an education program available to 40,000 pharmacists across the country on PrEP and PEP. All of his work is a part of his overall goal to ensure the LGBTQ community can receive the best possible care no matter where they go in the country for health services. So please join me in welcoming Andrew Shambi to the show. Andrew, welcome, my friend.
Hey, Randy, thank you so much for having me. That was quite a mouthful to have to go through.
Well, I mean, you've got a lot of accolades, so it's great to be able to share that. Let's get right to the heart of the matter here, though. I want to definitely be able to let our audience know about the PrEP Clinic and the other amazing work that you're doing, not only here locally, but across the province. But one of the big reasons why we wanted to have you on the show this week is we are fast approaching Pride Month. And you've got some really cool initiatives that were just announced the other day that are happening, that include some local folks as well as some folks in the GTA area. So can you tell us a little bit about the initiative that you've got coming up for the month of June?
Yeah, first I just want to wish everybody a happy Pride. So with the PrEP Clinic, we are, for our first, it's kind of our first Pride really as the PrEP Clinic, we are hosting a series called What Does Pride Mean to You? And it's all about folks sharing within the community and even allies as well, what Pride means to them and why Pride is important. And with that, we have a lineup of 5 amazing, talented artists who will be performing every Tuesday at 3 p.m. during Pride Month on our Facebook page, on Facebook Live at the PrEP Clinic. If you aren't able to come to see it at that time or it doesn't work, it still will be available, so you can always check on it later. The artists range in talent from drag queens to dancers to painters to musicians. So it's a really good group. Our headliner is Safanda Cox, who is going to be opening on June 2nd, performing in drag. After that, we have Z performing a musical performance, really talented voice. I literally someone had shared me his profile online, and it really, when I heard him sing, I was just blown away. It was such an amazing voice. And then we have Irfan Lakhani is going to be performing some Bollywood dancing, very good dancer in that. He does a lot of instruction. We have Barrie's own Angela Francis, who has Alpha Studio and is going to be doing a painting instruction and showing her talents. And then we have Barrie's own Justine Daz, who will be performing a drag show as well.
That's cool. That's good. I love the fact that you've included Angela and Justine in the programming. I think that's awesome. And I've seen Safanda before, so it's the Z and the other dancer that you had mentioned that I'm looking forward to the most, because those are performances that I have not seen yet. So, what is it that prompted you to bring this initiative to light?
Well, I guess part of it is I'm always trying to do something different and engage with people. Ever since COVID kind of happened, we've been doing a lot of videos and outreach and education. We did a session on isolation during COVID, talking about mental wellness with our mental wellness counselor, Randall. I did a session on sexual health during COVID with one of our nurse practitioners, Lynn. And I've tried to do a few outreaches throughout that as well. And I think it's really important to engage with folks right now. If they're not as out and about as they normally would, let's bring the entertainment to them if you're home. So I thought it'd be a really good idea. And also I knew we had some very talented artists in Barrie who, like through my time up here working with the community, that I've been able to connect with and I'm actually good friends with, to bring them into the spotlight as well. I'm really looking forward to that for them. They're very excited.
So this is every Tuesday starting June 2nd at 3 o'clock on your Instagram platform?
It's on our Facebook. Facebook Live. Yeah, it's just easier logistically to use that and save it there. We will repost it to our Instagram at the Prep Clinic. But yeah, that's pretty much what's happening at the end of the session. Then I'll have a quick Q&A with them. They'll discuss what Pride means to them. And that really keeps our ongoing theme going. I also want to mention, Randy, we're actually doing a contest. And for this contest, we want to hear what Pride means to you. So that includes you, Randy, or anyone else who's listening now. During Pride Month, if you can post, share your thoughts on a video, what Pride means to you, tag us at the Prep Clinic, and the winning entry will be featured on our pages. They will also win some sexy swag, which is a secret. And they will also be able to select the LGBTQ organization that we're going to donate $1,000 to during this Pride Month. So it'd be a great initiative. I think it's a great opportunity for folks to kind of share. I encourage also allies as well. We work with a lot of really good allies at the Prep Clinic. We have a mix of people from the community and allies as well. And they have their own views and reasons and connections to the community and why they think Pride's also important.
That's fantastic. I love the idea of the contest, and even more so the one of the prizes being a donation to the charity of their choice in the area. That's fantastic. We can always use more help when it comes to financial aid in the not-for-profit sector. So let me flip things around on you then. So what does Pride mean to you, Andrew?
Well, I already recorded this, so I know. Honestly, let's go a little, Andrew's going to go serious for a moment here. From my personal, I think everyone has their own kind of journey of their identity and what fits them and why they do what they do and when they decide, for example, to come out or how they decide to come out or how they decide to live their life. And for me, at the root of everything was just acceptance among myself, not amongst others, really. And for me, it's about, being authentic, being able to be your authentic self. And I think if you can be true to yourself, I think that really is very powerful, and it's very what's the word? I don't know exactly the word I want to use for that, but it's very freeing to be able to just live how you are and be who you are and accept yourself and love yourself. And that's why I think Pride's really important, that people should feel comfortable, that they shouldn't feel there's any barriers for them to accept their authentic self.
Couldn't agree more. Very well said. Very well said. So yeah, great initiative. So tell us a little bit. You arrived in Barrie 3 years ago, and took over the Express Aid pharmacies, both locations here in Barrie, correct?
That's correct. Yeah. So I was in Barrie. I came here actually out of school initially about 10 years ago, out of pharmacy school. I went to U of T and then came up here to Barrie, and I was just starting my way, finding my way. Confused little pharmacist just out of school. Little young lad. I'm still young, I guess. Don't let the face fool you, though. I ended up going back to Toronto, and I came back up to Barrie again. And at that time, there was an opportunity to take over a couple pharmacies. And when I took them over, I knew that I wanted to bring in LGBTQ health to a focus there. It took me a while to kind of come out and go with that authenticity that I'm talking about. So that was a really good timing. It was really closely aligned with when I was very comfortable with my sexuality and who I was. And I wanted to embrace that and support others in the community.
Now, tell me about, because as someone who is fairly new to the region myself, having moved to Barrie just 3 years ago, and I've certainly noticed some gaps in healthcare, certainly around HIV. I was very naive in moving here, thinking that I'd just be able to find an HIV doctor just like I could by by looking up things in Ottawa, where I moved here from. That obviously was not the case. So tell me about what you saw as some of the gaps in services for folks, especially LGBTQ folks in the area when you moved up here.
I think so. Really, what triggered everything was when I needed to access. Just giving a little TMI. I had to access PEP. I had to access PEP once, and it was a very. This is just before I kind of moved back officially and took over the stores, and I had a very unfortunate experience with that. With my interactions on a personal level with 2 pharmacies and accessing it, and it really just hit me that it's not as commonly discussed and understood up here. They don't understand, HIV isn't as well understood. LGBTQ health isn't as well understood. And it really dawned on me that where do people go up here? If you identify as, if you identify as trans or as non-binary or as gay or whatever your identity or is in any way, where do you go for services? Ideally, it would be great if people can go anywhere. And that's my goal. What I do on the outside is trying to encourage that. But it was really, that's really what woke me up. And so when I took over, I said, okay, we need to make sure that we have a safer space. First of all, just set a space that people know when they enter that door, the quality of care they're going to get, the respect they're going to get, that they're going to deal with people who understand them. And can help them with their health. So whether that's somebody is transgender and proper respect with gender identity and pronouns and names and how you're going to interact, and just give some decent respect. You should treat people the same way, no matter their background. Right. And I have witnessed experiences where people go into pharmacies who are, for example, who may be transgender, and the way they're spoken to, or the way they're interacted to, or the way the things that people say when they leave that pharmacy, and it just didn't sit well with me. And then also in terms of HIV care, like understanding how much anxiety someone might be having who comes in with, dealing with that, or affording the medication and not just treating it like, oh, whatever, it's just like another refill or something, or another antibiotic or something, when, people need supports. And it's not uncommon in practice now with the PrEP clinic that we're having people who go to their local pharmacies and they have no support for their HIV meds. They're paying out of pocket fully for their PrEP or their HIV. And it's astounding that the lack of care for that. So a lot of that we started doing at my Express Aids in Barrie, and now I've continued that into the PrEP clinic on a more provincial scale.
Yeah, which is wonderful. And I know in the work that I do at the Gilbert Center, I've availed you of your services on a number of occasions, especially during the pandemic that we're in right now, in that many of the sexual health clinics that had been running here locally are shut down, and the individuals who were running those have been redeployed for COVID-19. That's certainly sort of a sticky subject with me, and something that I'm working to change. I think sexual health services are indeed essential services, and to not be able to provide that to folks, especially LGBTQ folks, and more specifically MSM folks, men who have sex with men, I think it is an essential service, and I'm hopeful that will restart again soon. But you mentioned PEP and PrEP. Can you, just for the sake of the audiences watching, maybe let us know what you're referring to when you speak about PEP and PrEP?
Yeah, sorry for that. PrEP, essentially, if somebody is at risk for HIV, they can go on a medication, taking it typically every day. There's other ways of taking it, but most commonly every day. And it's called PrEP, which stands for pre-exposure prophylaxis. It's highly effective. It can reduce the risk of acquiring HIV by up to 99%. So it is a very important tool in the prevention toolkit of several other options. And PEP is if somebody has already had a risk and is concerned about the risk exposure. So it could be possibly a needle stick injury, could be sexual assault, could be a condom broke, could be multiple reasons. And they can go within 72 hours to their local emergency, and they can get started on this emergency regimen known as PEP, or post-exposure prophylaxis. Essentially, the medications in PrEP and PEP are HIV medications, and they're generally fairly well tolerated, and they're highly effective.
Now, what have you seen essentially with respect to, PEP, the post-exposure prophylaxis, access for folks? And the idea of having to go to an emergency room to get access to that can be a little daunting for some individuals, especially if it's not, the result of a sexual assault. So what have you seen as far as access to PEP has been like in our area?
PEP in general, anywhere, because like now that I deal with regionally across the province, I mean, Barrie's a good template simply because a lot of the similar gaps in access are similar across other places in the city, whereas Toronto, it's a bit more accessible, some of these things. Unfortunately for PEP, it really should be accessed through a hospital simply because the hospital will give a dose or two to start right off the bat, and you want to start the medication right away. Right. If you're waiting to see a practitioner or you're waiting to see someone, it doesn't always work that well. They also can get some baseline lab work, which is fairly important to get and do right away. So generally speaking, unfortunately, we do that. We have on occasion, if necessary, provided PEP for folks through the PrEP clinic. But it's not a common situation. Typically where we would come in on our end is if folks have started PEP and it's very expensive, they don't have coverage, what they'll do is they may get a few days at their local pharmacy and then they go through us and we are a lot more accommodating with the cost so that people can, or at least try to help them navigate options and stuff to make it more affordable, because PEP is very expensive. And if you don't have any coverage or any supports, it's really not accessible.
So you mentioned PEP needing to be started within 72 hours of a potential exposure. What is the regimen after that 72 hours?
So basically, within 72 hours, I would say earlier the better. So if you can go within an hour or that same day, sure, please go, don't wait. And then you'll be on 28 days of HIV medication, essentially. Then they'll follow up with you with some blood work again, and then they may very likely do a follow-up again in a few months as well.
Excellent. So what other gaps do you see in our healthcare system that you think are a need to be required and filled?
Yeah, I think you raise a really good point on sexual health testing in general. So gaps in actual physical access to testing. So right now, especially during COVID, people don't really have options. So for us, we actually offer sexual health testing for anyone across the province. They just go. We have a free app. It's called The PrEP Clinic. And people go on, they book initial STI testing appointment or sexually transmitted infection appointment, and they have a conversation with us, and then we fax the requisitions to their local lab. So a lot of local labs that do general lab work are still open right now. So people are still able to access testing through that. So it's definitely an option for them. I would say the other gaps is basically why we opened the PrEP clinic is a lot of people in Ontario don't have doctors or do not have doctors that they feel comfortable seeking some of these services from. So that's pretty much why I opened the PrEP clinic. When I was in Barrie, we had started a PrEP clinic there with a physician who'd be on site once a week, which was okay. It's some access, but the problem was we were having some people who couldn't come at that very specific time, or we were having people who were far outside the region that wanted to come to us. So we were getting calls from Huntsville or farther north. We were getting calls from some parts of GTA like Markham, who just didn't feel comfortable going to some parts of Toronto due to their own personal views or their comfort. And it was actually one call that triggered this for me to actually launch this PrEP clinic service, actually. And I had somebody call me, I think it was from Markham or somewhere around that, basically asking, can't the doctor just tell me it over the phone and just give me the script? And I said, it doesn't work like that. For people who don't know, PrEP is accessed. You have to get lab work done. You'd have to have somebody prescribe it. You're monitored on it. So basically they were really distraught. And after that call, I just remember thinking, I wish there was a way that I had some sort of access for this person that was more accessible than them having to come up to Barrie to see a doctor once a week. Who's available once a week. Right. So then I launched the PrEP clinic, and essentially with the PrEP clinic, we provide province-wide access overnight to anyone who wants prescribing access to start PrEP. So you can see a nurse practitioner who will follow up with your care. It's all through video. So whether you live in Thunder Bay or Waterloo or Toronto or anywhere, you're able to get started, and your lab work is done at your local labs, so you don't have to come and go anywhere else. It's very straightforward. There is no having to wait, 3 weeks to get an appointment. Everything's very straightforward and very, very easy. And people who actually go through us are always very surprised. They're like, wow, this is really, really easy. I did not expect this. And so that's a massive gap that's been addressed, especially on such a large scale. So you have something province-wide like that.
Yeah, and I've certainly had a number of folks reach out to me since the lockdown began, looking for for services, and there really isn't anywhere local to be able to send them. So that's why I've referred a number of folks to the PrEP clinic, and I've heard nothing but great things about the service they've received, and as you said, the speed and the ease of being able to access that service, and that sort of bears the question, why has it taken COVID to show this as something that can be done? And I think we're seeing that in a lot of areas in the sector, things that weren't being done, that should have been being done and could have easily been done. And I think that's one of the sort of the good things that has come out of this pandemic, that we see there are other ways than the traditional ways to access services and care, and I think you obviously were ahead of the curve on that in being able to get the PrEP clinic off the ground. So I salute you for that.
Yeah, you talk about timing. We actually launched end of October, beginning of November. So it just timing worked out that we had this active, but I definitely agree with you. I think the access is a huge challenge, and you can break down access greatly, especially for HIV care in underserviced parts of the province. If people can more easily access specialists and physicians than they did in the past, and testing as well. Hopefully soon, I believe rapid testing is going to be available for self-testing soon for individuals to be able to test at home. And that's going to be massive, because we talk about, reaching goals of reducing new cases and preventing any new cases of HIV. They have timelines set. These are great. These are amazing, important steps to do that. So.
Yeah, and when it comes to home testing, we've certainly seen that to be an effective method to reach those underserviced in other parts of the world, in other countries where home testing has been a reality for a number of years now, and it definitely does make a difference. And just on the information that I've been provided, it's looking like by September we should have home testing on pharmacy shelves. So that's certainly should go a long way to helping to identify that 14% of Canadians living with HIV that are unaware of the fact they're living with HIV. So you're right, that's a huge key, access to treatment and care to ensure both folks living with HIV and those who are undiagnosed are able to get that care and access to medication that they need.
I would also mention, I think, just in terms of access. So one of our large patient populations, we do have a lot of LGBTQ patients, especially MSM, so men who have sex with men, who go through us. And the thing that has surprised me is we're reaching people. So we start people on PrEP, right? We don't really, we have some people who switch into us because, we're very supportive with affordability, and we're very accessible, and people like being able to have somebody they can text or call or email 7 days a week to midnight.
Sure.
Because pharmacist Drew here has no life. And
I can relate to that, trust me.
Right? And so I'm getting lost in my corn maze here. So they finally have a place to access who otherwise would never be on treatment if not for our services. Right. And so I'd say about 95% of our patients would never be on PrEP otherwise. And the bulk of them, I'd say at least half, have probably not been tested in a year or two, who very much needed to be tested based on their risks. And what's really interesting to me is we're reaching folks sometimes even in parts of Toronto where you would think that there'd be access to care, and there is, but if people don't feel comfortable seeking out that care or seeking out that access, I feel like there's not a one size fits all. There are some people who are going to say, okay, that works for me. And there's some people who are going to say, you know what, I'm maybe more private, or I'm more, personal about my meds. And on one hand, people, living with HIV or people who are accessing HIV prevention, we should be comfortable with, with who they are and everything. But I think for a lot of folks, health in general is personal, no matter what the medical situation is. Some people, just get a cut on their finger and go and get an antibiotic and don't want anyone knowing their business. Right. So I find there's a lot of people who do want that additional discretion, do want that additional privacy and confidentiality, and do feel really comfortable through us because of that. It's just, we ship things out to their door. They don't go into a pharmacy. They can talk to us, and they can call me, and they have a trust with us.
Sure. So, and let's face it, sexual health and PrEP and PEP and HIV, they also come with a boatload of stigma that has to be addressed as well. And that certainly keeps people from accessing services, whether they're available or not. So what's next for pharmacist Drew?
Oh, I think I need a vacation now. Seriously.
Besides the obvious, yes.
So I guess, I mean, right now we're just trying to, we're expanding our PrEP services, and we've gone to the sexual health testing fray. Initially, it just dawned on me because we have a team of nurse practitioners who work with us, and I'm like, well, they do sexual health testing for PrEP patients. Why don't we do this for anybody? We have that service. I mean, there is a cost, obviously, for us to have this testing, and we do Monday evenings. We do have a testing on site at our Toronto clinic. That too is that's a cost for us. We don't have any government support for any of our services. That's a goal I would like to get one day. But I'm very driven and determined. I don't wait for an organization to join us. I don't wait for, to offer something kind of here and there, like once a month or something. I want to just have it there right away. So if it costs us money and we can sustain it, then I'm down for it. I've always said that we're not a business, we're a project, and we're focused on improving access, filling those gaps, and really also trying to encourage folks to be able to eventually get those services anywhere. My business plan is to put myself in a business, essentially, which is fine. I'm happy doing what I do, and but in terms of future, we had some plans. If COVID hadn't hit, we were going to be doing a relaunch. We are definitely going to be going more into the HIV treatment sphere. A lot of our focus has been on PrEP, although we do have a lot of resources and a lot of tools for people currently living with HIV. We do have several patients who do go through us as well for those services, but definitely putting a really heavy focus on that, and especially on patient populations or people groups who maybe don't go as targeted. So especially like cis women is definitely on our radar. So that's going to be probably coming up in the fall, we're optimistic for, but really depends on how COVID goes and what things look like.
Yeah, like for everyone. Well, Drew, I'm looking at the time and I am shocked that I have to wrap things up already. I think, like many of my guests during this pandemic, I think we'll have to have a second episode to continue this conversation. But I do want to thank you for the work that you're doing, not only here locally, but across the province for the LGBTQ community. You are an awesome example of what an advocate and an activist looks like around HIV and PrEP and PEP. And you've certainly stood at my side on more than one occasion at various events, and I appreciate that. So thank you again for being on the show this evening. We will definitely have you back on again. And thank all of you for watching tonight and another episode of Let's Be Perfectly Queer. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, Randy. Take care.
Thank you.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
At Kawartha Dairy, it's been 80 years of fresh, delicious dairy products and 80 years of incredible memories. We've come a long way since 1937, and it's all thanks to our amazing customers. Thank you, Ontario. Here's to 80 more years.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
The Matthews House Hospice Bucket List Lottery is now on. Time is running out. The grand prize draw is on July 1st. Tickets available online at mhh5050.ca and throughout South Simcoe. What's on your bucket list?
This is Rogers TV. Barrie.
Today, we are going to train and eat for life. Dave Frazier, a personal trainer who boasts his Train for Life program, joins us at Barrie's favorite gym, the training room. Then we're joined by one of our Barrie fitness experts to show us how to do the perfect burpee. And finally, we meet naturopathic Dr. Heather Goldthorpe, who shows us how to shed the diet and eat for life.
I'm Carol, fitness and food fanatic. I've spent most of my 50 years trying to find the right balance for my body. Join me on my search for the best fitness and healthy food in Barrie. Let's get Barrie fit.
We are here at the training room today. We're going to be talking to Dave Frazier of Core Evolution Fitness. His tagline is Train for Life. We're going to ask him what that means, and we're going to participate in a boot camp. Oh, it's going to kill me, but let's go check it out. So I'm here with Dave Frazier of Core Evolution Fitness.
I've been involved in fitness all my life. It's been something I've enjoyed and enjoy teaching people. I've been certified in kettlebells, Olympic lifting, CrossFit, or cross training. We also do joint mobility and movement, and I also work with rehab. Training for life for me, it's about being able to do the things I want to do on a daily basis. So it's being able to play with my kids, being able to enjoy a healthy lifestyle. Training for life can mean many things to everybody or something different to everybody. Everybody has their own personal reason to be healthy, and that's training for your life, to have better quality of life, to be able to go on trips and say climb the mountain instead of take a picture of a mountain, being able to play with your grandkids, being able to do the things and not feel like you have to sit back and watch, and being able to be involved in your life.
I came here with the purpose of getting fit enough to carry on with life functionally, so you don't get hurt doing normal day-to-day things. And we've got 4 grandchildren, so it's critical that you can kind of keep up with them and do things with them. So training for life means training so you can be functional and do normal everyday things with everybody.
I was in funeral service, so lifting a lot, and so he helped with my strength. My back was bad at the time and fixed it all up.
Anytime, any age, any fitness level, there's always something that we can do. You can start obviously at the lowest level and work your way up. So in my boot camp, I can have my grandmother do it, and I can have my 15-year-old daughter do it. It's just at what intensity level that you work at while you're doing it.
Because I wasn't used to working. I'd been away working out. I've been away from it for a couple of years. So when I came in with him, he was very understanding of that. So we started off easy and went from there.
It's been good because when I first came here, Dave said that he could accommodate just about anybody. And I thought, okay, so here's 2 of us in our early 60s and not likely very fit. And we thought, can we really get in here and start off with something that's basic and easy and not going to hurt ourselves? And he said, yes, you can do the same activities that everybody else is doing, but you're going to have to pace yourselves. We'll make modifications for you. And he did that right from the start. We were modified on everything, and now we run with the crowd.
We're going to do a few exercises that any beginner can really do. Things that we could start our day off with.
Right.
So let's go do that now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
Let's
perfect.
do that. We're going to do the squat. Squat is important because if you can't get up off the couch, if you can't get out of your car, if you can't get off the toilet, you're going to have issues. So squatting is an essential thing that we need to do on a daily basis. So for your basic squat, we're going to stand up straight so your posture is always nice and tall. Head and chest are up. Feet shoulder width apart, toes pointing forward. Bend at the hips first. Push your bum back, and we're going to sit back in our heels. Head up, nice and tall, looking forward, and then up, and open the hips and squeeze your glutes.
Your butt.
Perfect. Your butt, definitely.
Squeeze your butt. All right, let me try.
Excellent. Okay, so bend at the hips, push back. Excellent.
How many of these would I do if I was sitting on the couch, thought that I may need to do a few exercises, how many can I do that would be effective?
Well, it depends on your fitness level. So if you're a beginner, you could start by doing 1 squat. So if you were just watching TV and sat on the couch and just lifted yourself off and started with 1. But as you can do more, you would do more and progress, and eventually you could do as many as you wanted to do.
You know, we've got a boot camp to go to.
Yes, we do.
I don't know if he's going to kill me or not, but I'm ready for anything. I'm ready for anything. Oh dear God, we haven't even started. Dave Frazier from Core Evolution Fitness and the training room. Now we're off to see our Barrie fitness experts. They're going to show us the perfect burpee. Let's go. It's demo time, folks, and I'm here with Amy, our Barrie fitness expert. Amy, what's with the half ball?
This is called a Bosu ball, Carol. This is a really great tool to use if you need to modify an exercise or just really kill it in a Bosu ball class.
Yes.
So today we're gonna tackle the burpee. So, yeah, I know, dreaded burpee. But I'm gonna show you a really easy modification so that you can try it out.
Okay.
All you have to do is elevate yourself off the ground a little bit. You don't have to use a Bosu ball. You can use a bottom step or a second step of a staircase. You can use a stable stool, whatever you have. All you're gonna do is jump up, come down, feet go out, and in. Jump in again. Okay, so that's our modified version.
Whatever.
Give it a try.
Whatever.
Down, feet out, in. Ta-da!
Ta-da!
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Amy. That is the perfect burpee. Now let's eat. Today we're in the kitchen with Dr. Heather. She's a naturopathic doctor who specializes in nutrition. She's gonna show us some dishes that are gonna satisfy our hunger and give us the nutrients we need. I am here with naturopathic doctor,
Dr. Heather Goldthorpe. A naturopathic doctor is a doctor that uses a different philosophy to medicine, so focusing on preventative medicine. We utilize diet and nutrition, lifestyle, supplements, botanical medicine, and acupuncture. At least 7 years of school. You need a 3 or 4 year undergrad degree, and then the program itself is 4 years long. With the last year being a clinical rotation where we get to interact with patients and utilize everything we've learned in the first 3 years.
This is gonna sound horrible. Are you a real doctor?
We are. It's just a different philosophy. That's really what it is.
Okay. What do you specialize in specifically?
Myself, I definitely like focusing on diet and lifestyle, specifically hormonal health. It's important that you incorporate a lot of different vitamins and nutrients into your diet, right? That's what makes you healthy. The purpose is to feed your body. You want to feed your body good nutrients to feel your best. Your metabolism and energy production needs those nutrients to fuel everything in your body.
So today, you're going to show us how to incorporate a lot of those micro and macro nutrients. So what is our first dish?
Our first dish is the arugula, radish, pumpkin seed, chicken salad with a lemon avocado dressing. The avocado is actually in the salad dressing.
Oh, it's nice and green. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, and it's a perfect way to add a healthy fat to your salad if you don't like the texture of avocado. So this dish is cauliflower rice with sweet potatoes, red onion, roasted kale,
and chickpeas.
Please have you show me how to do cauliflower.
Sure. So first you need to cut it so it's in smaller pieces.
All right. This is what I made, and this is the beautiful dish that Dr. Heather made. Oh, very nice, very nice. I'm gonna try it, okay? I'm interested to see what this tastes like. Oh my goodness, that is so good. Yes, I can taste the sesame. And the cauliflower has this really great texture. And it does taste roasted. Like it gets from the pan, it's roasted. And the kale is perfect. You've slipped it in there.
Yeah.
And see, I like kale, but there's so many people that complain that kale's just not their thing. You put it in here, it's just another texture. It tastes amazing. And the potato, you know, it just is smooth and it's creamy. Very, very nice. Thanks so much, Heather, for coming and showing us how to eat for life. And that's our episode for today. Till next time, when we get very fit.
Program is brought to you by Rogers Anyplace TV. Enjoy exclusive content for free. Visit RogersAnyplaceTV.com.
At the Imager Studio Tour, we have tremendous crowds. They come up for it, and once they come in, they feel comfortable. Like I see it, like I know in advance what I'm trying to do with a shot. Lighting and shadowing will make the shot. If it's not there, it's just a one-off. The variety of the landscape. I mean, we have everything here. We have escarpment, we have the beaches, we have the Lake Simcoe, and all those. They give you such a different variety.
I joined because I wanted to help others.
To be a part of something bigger.
To show my kids what's important.
I joined to make my community stronger.
To make a difference in someone's life.
To acknowledge that our freedoms come at a cost.
I joined to honor my mom.
My grandpa.
My neighbor.
Everyone who served.
Who are serving still.
I joined.
I joined.
I joined the Legion.
You don't take your health seriously.
Do you have diabetes?
Root beer, Mountain Dew, or leftover cheesecake?
Eat fruit, not cake.
You want a croissant for the road?
Yes. No!
Maybe this choir isn't about singing for ourselves. It's about being heard.
Come and see. No, thank you. It's like childbirth. Best to be completely oblivious until it's happening.
What kind of show do you want to see on Rogers TV? What interests you? Log on to RogersTV.com, fill out a show proposal, and tell us about your segment idea. We want to know what you want to see. Rogers TV, only on Rogers.
Today we're getting spicy. Natasha of Salsa Beats teaches us some fiery Latin dancing right here in Barrie. Then off to a fitness demo from one of our Barrie fitness experts. And they're
turning up the heat and the spice in the kitchen at Made in Mexico.
I'm Carol, fitness and food fanatic. I've spent most of my 50 years trying to find the right balance for my body. Join me on my search for the best fitness and healthy food in Barrie. Let's get Barrie fit.
Who says you have to go south to learn spicy Latin dance? Latin dance in Barrie is on the rise, and even more people are learning how to move to this salsa beat. Let's go see what they're saying. Why do people want to learn Latin? I mean, we're in Barrie. Why do people want to learn Latin dance?
It's the energy. For me, it has started as this energy that you feel when the music is pumping and that you're having this connection with another person who you haven't met before, and you share this minute or two during a song together, and then another person the next song, and you kind of grow as a person. And as you grow, the community around you grows.
We go dancing Friday nights, and it's more than a class, right? It's like it's a group of friends.
I love it. The people are very nice here. Yeah, like make new friends here, and it's fun.
Why people want to dance? I imagine it's the same thing. It's actually a way of connection and liberation.
It's like kids play all the time, and adults forget to do things for their emotional well-being, right? And so dancing is like playing, and it feels great.
Can anybody dance salsa? Absolutely. The trick is to relax. If you think of salsa as a technical thing, it's going to be much harder to break this barrier, because your mind begins the process and your body follows.
I would really love to learn. Would you teach me a fundamental step?
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna start and learn some basics. Okay? So this is called an open position. So me being the leader in this case, I have my arms open. You relax all of your weight onto my hands. Okay, so here we go into basics. I'm gonna go forward, you're gonna step back. Okay, here we go. And 1, 2, 3, yes, 5, 6, 7, and 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7. Well done. 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. This is called a basic step. Okay, so you'll notice that there's no 4 when we dance, so the 4 is an actual pause.
Oh, okay.
That's why we don't count it.
There was a missing number. So do I need special shoes? Are these okay?
I'm wearing heels because I'm used to dancing on heels, but there's plenty of people that come in casual shoes, so it really doesn't matter.
And do we need to bring a partner?
You can come without a partner, because what we do here is if we have odd numbers, then we rotate partners. So you might be by yourself practicing your step at one moment, but then you'll be back into your rotation.
So what else do we need to know?
Let's go over a right turn. Okay, so your cue for a right turn will be my arm up on 3. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7. Excellent. Let's do one basic, one right turn.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7. Here we go. 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7. Well done. I think you're ready for a class.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, Natasha. All right, ready.
Go back. Right in front. 1. Here we go. And 1, 2, 3. Left is going forward. And 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7. Good. 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7. And a turn. And a turn.
I'm going to apologize to your feet in advance. Yes.
1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Oh. She goes 5.
Hot. So hot. Spicy and hot.
I'm the leader.
You are the leader. Okay, I'll let you. delicious salsa beans. Now we're off to see our Barrie fitness expert to condition our muscles to action. It's demo time, folks. I'm here with Kathy.
Yep.
Kathy, what's going on here?
Today, we've got a whole bunch of stuff set up. We are actually gonna do a glute squeeze or a bridge. So I want you to demo once again. So hop down onto the mat. We're gonna work the bum, the hamstrings, and the low back. So it's a fantastic exercise.
All right.
You can do this at home just on the floor as well. So your feet are gonna be flat on the bench. I want you to bring your knuckles up so we're not gonna use the hands at all. That will help with that. So I want you to lift. You're gonna lift up your body, push your hips towards the ceiling. I want you to squeeze your bum cheeks together, basically.
Okay.
All right?
We're
Ready,
working
set?
the butt, right?
We're working the bum, so you're gonna feel it. There you go. Come down part way now, and then go back up and squeeze your bum cheeks together. So this is your basic glute squeeze. Now do that one more time. And now come all the way up. Kind of toe heel your right foot in a little bit to the center. Excellent. I'm gonna get you to lift your left leg all the way up, straight up. And now you're gonna progress up and down, and you are gonna squeeze this right butt cheek right there. Do you feel that?
Oh, yes, the butt cheeks.
So you can do that,
there it
you know, 10 to 15 times, and then switch sides. Bring your knees into your chest.
All right.
Give yourself a hug.
All right, now let's eat. So I'm here with Janet Walker, owner of Made in Mexico. Janet, you have an amazing place here in Barrie, but you didn't start here.
We started as something small that my husband's from Mexico. He and his oldest daughter, Romina, create a lot of the recipes in our kitchen using flavors and recipes and things that they enjoyed eating in Mexico. And then from there we opened in Barrie, and actually just this past week we just opened a new location in Bradford as well.
This place is a hot spot now. People love it.
Thank you.
We're with James, head chef at Made in Mexico. So what do we got first, James?
Well, first we'll start making the adobo bowl. So right now I'm just gonna throw on our fresh chicken. Just gonna cook a little bit. Grab some pineapple. We're gonna grill that off. Lime and cilantro rice. That's what we start off our bowl with. And then some of our refried beans. Some avocado. Tomato and corn salsa. So it's got some onions in there, some cilantro, lime, cherry tomatoes. And the corn salsa really is the only thing on here that's probably got a little kick to it, but not spicy at all. Then I'm gonna put the pineapple on. This is our adobo sauce. So now I'm just gonna saute off a little bit of veg here. All right, so now I'm just gonna add my veggies. And then I'm going to add my chicken. Add some chips. And then a little bit of sour cream and a little bit of chipotle mayo. And that's it.
So James, this looks phenomenal. Wow. Yeah, it's got a kick. It's got a little kick. But you're right, the sweetness of the corn really pairs so nicely with the vegetables, and wow, that's yummy. You did an amazing job.
Perfect.
What's next?
So now we're gonna make our lobster tacos. This here's our lobster. It's just some shredded up. So then while that's cooking, I'm just gonna throw on its torts. The lobster just gets warmed up, and then halfway through when it starts to cook even more, we're gonna throw some of our ranchero sauce on there. So it's basically made out of tomatoes, garlic, and onions, and it's cooked down to a sauce. So it's really good. So the torts are done. I'm gonna add them to our plate. I'm just gonna add a little bit of chipotle mayo. There we go. So I'm gonna add a little pico de gallo. So that's with lime juice, cilantro, a little bit of salt, and onion and tomato. And then I'm going to add our avocattillo sauce. Some more limes here.
That is different with lobster. The tomato ranchero and the kick of heat. Thank you, James. You've really introduced me to flavors that mesh well together. Whether they be spicy or not spicy, they still have this wonderful coalescing.
Thanks so much to Made in Mexico. Thanks to all of my guests. Till next time when we get very fit.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
It was really fun working with them, especially with it when it comes to the studio tour, because it lets you meet the artists again and again. I hate to say nature inspires me because every artist has it, but it is the grasses, the flowers, the trees, mostly rocks as well. So I use grasses over and over again. Every once in a while somebody wants to have something special, they bring me their own flowers. For me the glaze has to be perfect, and I like I said, a lot of depth in it. And that's it, all done.
Good evening, 007.
Tell me what you know of James Bond.
You light the fuse on any explosive situation.
Got your attention.
007 license to kill.
Is this really what you want? Living in the shadows? Always alone? I don't stop to think about it.
It was really fun working with them, especially with it when it comes to the studio tour, because it lets you meet the artists again and again. I hate to say nature inspires me because every artist has it, but it is the grasses, the flowers, the trees, mostly rocks as well. So I use grasses over and over again. Every once in a while somebody wants to have something special, they bring me their own flowers. For me the glaze has to be perfect, and I like I said, a lot of depth in it. And that's it, all done.